Sex. Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin. Welcome on in to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Before we begin, I will take a moment to just catch up on chat, everyone. Let's see. Oh, I could just look at this panel. Welcome on in to Aelin, Mr. Jason, and Mr. Shiny. Good to see all three of you. Hopefully you all are doing well. In both body and mind. Hopefully you guys had a good Christmas holiday, if you celebrate that sort of thing. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Catch up on your messages, you lovely, lovely gentlemen, and I will be, we'll start with the placard reading. Alan says, first, bitches. Indeed. Very, very much first. Congratulations on that. Sorry for being late. Let's see. Yep. See, I'm getting first. Thank you for the redemption, Mr. Shiny. Actually, you rode on... Oh my god. I'll do the sound now and update the counter in a second. Mr. Jason says, greetings, Mr. Coin, good sir. Mm-hmm. Oh, welcome on in, just me, excuse me, welcome on in, Carly, good to see you. Hopefully you, are doing well in body and mind, and hopefully you enjoy your stay. It's afternoon for me, but... You know, it might as well be evening, you know, in some part of the world. That's fine with me. I'll answer your inquiry more in just a second, Carly. But as a quick, like, placeholder answer, it was good. And I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. Mr. Jason says, I assume the idea of today's stream with Gerudo Canyon is to look into it. Indeed, we look into the canyon and we can hear our own voice. They make that two jokes on the counter. I need to increment when we're on the screen. Since I've caught up on messages and everything, let's go ahead and play the camera mini game. Let's see. Carly says, you're glad? Sorry, it's habit. Oh, no worries. I don't expect people to keep my local time in mind. I know that it's evening where you are. Both you and Mr. Jason have shared that little detail before. Wow, what a joke. That was a pretty good retort, Aelin. I'm not gonna lie. That said, you can also use 24-hour time. So in my time, it would be 16 o'clock, 16:07 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Like, nothing's removing the time zone. It's just a readability thing. Anyway, not really super important. I will get to that real answer in a minute. I do want to take an opportunity to thank everyone for this year. Thank you to everyone that has, you know, subscribed or, you know, used Patreon or Coffee or etc. etc. I really, really appreciate it. If you guys want your names on these placards, you just got to chuck some change at me. $2 or more on a one-time donation, or any membership package will get you on the appropriate placard. While I do not have any Patreon patrons or otherwise one-off contributions during this month's cycle, I would like to go and thank Carly, just me, Carly917, because I read the full name. for their contribution, their Prime Gaming subscription. You welcome on board. I hope you enjoy the extra emotes that you get at your tier. I just literally replaced a duplicate and a last placeholder today. So you should be able to enjoy those. You also get some animated emotes as well. An extra vote on the board whenever we do any like vote related items. Any subscriber, any subscription package or membership package gets this, and all kinds of other cool, sweet goodies. Please do enjoy those. I'm sure they'll be very, very good. And I would like to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued Valkyrie tier membership over on Coffee. Please do enjoy all the wonderful benefits. I hope he's enjoying the benefits that come along with said subscription package. Thank you guys for your contributions during this month cycle, and also thank you again to anyone else that has already contributed either during this month's cycle or during this year's cycle. Okay, let me go back and catch up on chat one more time, and then we can keep things moving. Let's see. Mr. Shiny says, Aelin says 1508. Makes sense. Understood. So you might be in like okay, I'm understanding a few things very well. Mr. Shiny says you've made yourself a drink, and since you're allowed to only have one, you did pour 3 shots of 140 to it. Nice. What's 140 though? I have no idea what 140 is. Is that like alcoholic drink number 140? Is that a specific brand? I'm just curious. Carly says, ooh, you're on the board? Yep. I told you I would have your name on the board when you did the when you did the Prime Gaming subscription, and I meant it. Alan, ladies, stop fighting. Indeed. Carly says, of course, Mr. Coin. Sorry, it's not a paid sub. No need. You can't really afford it, but you wanted to support where you can. I appreciate the Prime Gaming sub anyway. It's not any less or any more than another sub somewhere else. The important thing is that you get what you're looking for out of it, and I appreciate the support that comes along with it anyway. Mr. Jason says, an extra vote on the board, Mr. Coin. I didn't approve of that. Oh, no. My stuff is no attachment to the TCC, but I figured you meant that as a joke. Also, while I'm thinking about it, we had 3 jokes, so we might as well make sure I've incremented them. User 11 says, hello, everyone. How was y'all's Christmas? My Christmas dinner was fine, and my Christmas day was largely just uneventful. Moving over to the Red app a second. Welcome on Intention. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. And hopefully you enjoy your stay. Tension says, hey, Mr. Coin, sorry you've been away. No worries. Especially not during holiday season, but no worries regardless. You just got off a cruise ship for Christmas? Wow. That is nice. I'm not going to ask where the cruise went, but was it a particularly good cruise ship company or like cruise line company? You know, was it top shelf, middle of the road, or kind of cheap? But either way, I hope you enjoyed that. Mr. Shiny says 70% alcohol or 140 proof. Oh, that's a lot of alcohol. I'm glad you only threw in 3 shots. That is a lot of alcohol. 1400. Imagine having 700% alcohol in your alcohol. I think you would die. I'm gonna be honest. I think you would be greeting the graces of the Lord's pearly gates for something like that. But that is me. Did I give you? I don't think I gave user 11 the usual speech. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind today, Mr. User 11, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. And how was your Christmas? or, you know, winter holiday of choice. Tension says, thank you. Yes, it was the Carnival. Oh, that's a pretty good brand. That's a pretty good brand. 5 stars. And you went to Belize. Oh, that is a nice destination. I wasn't gonna say anything because I'm wanting to like not dox people, and that means basically proper nouns. I have learned that if it is a proper noun, it is probably best not to say it. But that said, Belize is nice. I've heard pretty good things about like the tourist venue. Mr. Twitch, ADD rearing its ugly head again. Mr. Jason says, a while ago, you did a little spring cleaning of the moderator swords on Twitch, as the Twitch moderator page says you have 99 moderator swords. And so you found 13 channels that you haven't been active in for many years. You typed unmod, trolled Castle King Jason from all of them to try to reduce it to 86. Nope, still 99. Yeah, you can't unmod yourself. You gotta wait for other people. I agree, Carly. That is pretty brave. User 11 says yours was great. That's good. Spent it at your grandma's. Nice. You get good food with that. You know, that's usually what people like Christmas dinner for. Is if it isn't the festive cheer, it is at least the food. People usually like stop by at least for food. I had an uncle who was over at my house actually just yesterday, and he basically talked at me for like an hour and a half, grabbed his food, and then sloughed off. Mr. Jason says, oh, you can unmod yourself, Mr. Coin. I don't doubt it. It just seems hard, or in some places you don't, or like you have to do it one at a time. Carly says your fiance built you a new PC setup for your streams. That is awesome. Congratulations. And your PC would qualify as possibly the cutest PC on the planet. I'm sure it does. Your fiance got you the custom fan covers printed with your favorite characters on it. That is absolutely awesome. Does it run anything better than your old setup did, or is it just you know, was it basically like a change in parts or something? User 11 says, yes, 2-in-1. It's always nice when you can have your holidays be a 2-in-1, absolutely. Titchin says, yes, Mr. Coin, you should go on one with your family. You need a vacation too. You'd be working hard, brother. I appreciate that. Actually have not. So my idea of a vacation's like really weird, and this is like the thing I'm going to say before I go back and, you know, answer Carly's question, and then we'll do the recap. When it comes to vacations, for me, I don't need beaches. I mean, like everyone says beach. Everyone. Absolutely everyone. Humans love warm weather and like, you know, warm or cool water to swim in, to have drinks, you know, to like boil up in a drink, or, you know, fish to eat. We all like that stuff. That's kind of a universal thing about human beings. I, on the other hand, you know, I'm the sort of person that will take a scenic mountain vista that, you know, there's not much. There's not much there other than like some forage or whatever. But I'll take a good view. Or, you know, one thing I would like to actually do is go over toward Cambodia, or like Sri Lanka, those sorts of areas, and take a look at the arboretums. I think that's as close as I can say about like going to visit a destination that I would actually want to do. For the most part, I like scenic vistas for vacations. You know, I'll just bring my own food. I'm very low tech in that regard. If I want a vacation, I want to experience nature. Mountains, forests, plains, that sort of thing. Not so much cities. At least that's how I've come to, you know, that's the sort of understanding about myself I've reached for the time being anyway. It's fun, but it's like, it's fun in a stuffy, old, boring adult way that also kind of borders on being a hippie. It's very like not fun in the way people usually think it's fun. That's what I'll say there. Tension says, nice, it sounds fun, Mr. Coin. You get to learn a lot about nature. Humans are part of nature. No matter what we do to change it, no matter what we do to morph it, I think we're all part of nature. And the sooner we learn to mesh with it and stop fighting it, the better off I think human society will be. But that's a whole different story. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Quinn, Carly told you the other day that she had an amazing moment. Oh, her family member was helping her set up the new monitor, and she asked them about HDMI 2.1, which is one of the many nerdy things that you like to discuss. And her family member says, how the F do you know about that? Oh, that's easy, because computer world, digital world. Mr. Shiny says, some neat beaches. Aelin prefers bitches. My God. The jokes have reached the we're ragging on each other territory now. I'm not sure how I feel about that yet. If we're doing it in good, clean fun, it's probably okay, but oh, there can be, if there gets to be mudslinging, I'm probably going to put my foot down. We'll see. Carly says you're not sure technical-wise. That's fair. But he upgraded some of the parts and things and has loads more storage for games and VODs. 2 terabytes. Okay, so he got like a pretty nice solid state drive. That makes sense. I mean, too true, Mr. Jason. Why not both? Why not both? There's some people that will take the Garth Brooks song of... No, not Garth Brooks. Is it Garth Brooks? No, but I think he might have styled it after, you know, about with a certain song, like you like pina and coladas, pina coladas, and walking in the rain, that sort of thing. Like the thing that doesn't really necessarily have a license on it anymore. Song. Mr. Shiny says, at least it's not about a dick-shaped hover bike. Okay. I have a better word for that. Are you ready? Not that I expect you to use it, but if we want to blunt that word a little bit, we could say the word phallic, which means mushroom-shaped, instead of just directly saying that. I don't know. That's kind of whatever. You are right, though. Absolutely correct. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, Nintendo UK is interesting. They sent your brand new $395.99 Nintendo Switch 2 to me via Royal Mail, but the 20-pound Nintendo Switch carrying case, Animal Crossing's New Horizon Edition, and screen protector that you'd ordered through Nintendo, send that thing DPD next day. DPD? Not sure what DPD is. Maybe I'll know it when you say it. I've never seen that acronym used that way before. While that's happening, DPD is a next day courier. Okay. Gotcha, Mr. Jason. You just find that funny? Maybe Nintendo has learned and they're, you know, employing the correct couriers for people. So, last time on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, after clearing up the Gerudo Desert, we started by going toward or cleaning out Sky. We did this. There are... Let me see if I can find it. There's one Korok seed. Let me make sure my map is open and on the correct page, which apparently it was not. Was one of the things that I had done earlier. Okay, moving over here. Okay, no. It's over here. That's right. Right there. All right. So we cleaned out the Koroks in Sky. I spent an hour talking about really depressive stuff. or at least an hour talking about really depressive stuff. And then we cleaned out the labyrinth. Like, we basically spent the entire episode just doing the castle, like the South Lomé Castle. Today, I would like us to be, you guys don't need to do anything, but I'm going to try to be a little bit more on script today and not spend, 1 to 2 hours talking about stuff that probably just should not have been on the internet. I'm going to be really blunt about that. My dad and I had a pretty nice long chat about that. I'm thankful that I did it, but I don't want to do that again. Not for a while. Even with all of the necessary 18+ audience flagging that I've done, still not enough. People can lie about their age on platforms like these. You really just can't expect those systems to excuse what I've said. Mr. Jason says you equally talked about really important things, Mr. Coin. I appreciate that. And again, I needed it. I just don't want to do it again for a while. And I don't need to, for what that's worth. It really did help a lot. Our goal today is this shrine over here, which we've already technically been. We just need to go actually activate the transport for it. But we can also work our way up to that shrine by clearing out lots of Koroks, which we only have 62 left to find. And assuming that we have done our homework and I have, found them all, then guess what? These are the last 62 we'll ever have to get. If you guys want to keep up with Koroks as we are finding them on the map, again, these are the last 62, I hope, that we need to find. If you type in ! TOTK MAP if you're on Twitch. On YouTube, if you type in asterisk TOTK MAP, you should be able to get a object map that Mr. NK Plays has sourced for us. I worked on like streamerbot.obs or no, streamer.bot, so I'll be really upset if this doesn't work on YouTube. Let's see. Okay, it works. Yeah, so the whole mod thing worked. Cool. I'm glad that got fixed. They just didn't have posting permissions. Mr. Shiny says, oh, Mr. Coin, you might pull a Mr. Jason right now, but you've sniped a few more games on sale. It's both Ori games. Oh, like Ori and the Blind Forest. That's really cool. And Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope Gold Edition. You've spent less than 80 PLN, which would be equivalent to around $20 US. So that's like the Polish currency, right? Do I have that correct? That's really cool. I hope you enjoy that. Yeah, Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope. I don't have the Gold Edition, but I do have that game. It's pretty good. I think there's a lot of things to enjoy about it. Mr. Jason says, these are the last 62 you have to ever get. Yes, until Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, Mr. Coin. Oh no, I think I might suddenly forget I'm a Let's Play I'm kidding. I would never do that. But I want to spend a good long time away from Korok collection for a while. I'm going to replace it with much harder collections, but that's completely, that game will be completely different. Also, we'll be collecting things in our palette cleanser game in the meantime, that being The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time mod ROM / ROM hack, The Ultimate Trial. Let's see. To be a true... Oh, that was in reply to Mr. Shiny. Don't read that. Mr. Shiny says, yes, and also no. You are not as Mr. Jason as Mr. Jason. Too true. I don't think anyone else quite has the wallet that Mr. Jason claims that he has, which is a good thing. Having a nice sized wallet lets you buy lots of really cool stuff. And there's lots of cool collector stuff in Nintendo to like. So, no, definitely no blame there or anything like that. I wish I had. I wish I weren't dead broke, but that kind of requires me to be more solvent than I currently am, and the only way that's happening is to find reasonable, steady employment, or, you know, I blow up overnight somehow, and people start, like, watching my content more vigorously than they already are, but I don't see that happening, especially if I do not advertise on social media as much as I should be, which I will definitely be fixing in the start of the new year after we've beaten this game. So, why don't we go back here, and actually we could just go right into sky and then dive down. I like that. I like that a lot better. Tension says you drank a lot of pina coladas on the trip. Oh, nice. You burned out for a minute. Yeah, I don't blame you. I definitely don't blame you there. Okay, we're just gonna do this. Probably get the correct armor on. That's over here. Mr. Shiny says, I hope that the coin temp will result in a lot of coin one day. I hope so too. Of course, you know, I know that the world is in a really bad place. And so the odds of that happening are really, really low without, you know, again, without advertising yourself. You gotta play the game as a content creator. If you don't play the game, in air quotes, you just aren't going anywhere. You have to advertise. You have to push content, and you have to know where the media trends are. I don't. And that's gonna hold me back a lot. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, the Mr. Shiny has just reminded you of something. When you got the Nintendo Switch 2, you watched a YouTube video where someone showed off what they had pre-ordered, and Mr. Jason went and did the calculations, and you spent just 3 pounds more than them. Nice, nice. Put that here, and then, you know, eat hot food. Ah, nice. Good. I'm glad. I would like to not have to deal with the pinwheel, please. Welcome back, Aelin. I trust things went smoothly since the last time, you know, we spoke. Mr. Jason says it was close. Aelin says you just lost the game. Oh, well, darn. I totally didn't, like, put that there to make other people lose the game. That totally didn't happen. Insert me gusta face here. Other bits of bookkeeping while we're doing the core collection. I have replaced I've replaced a duplicate emote and like the last placeholder emote I have. I'll just go ahead and put those in the chat now. I'm looking in the wrong spot. It's this. They're placeholders. They are definitely placeholders. One, the purple is a Shurjan, and the other one is like the if you say so, like Jan. Turns out the extra Brady Bunch episodes had like more of those saucy quotes. It wasn't just Shurjan. Shurjan was just kind of the kickoff. But there's like a wholesale like line of these type of quotes. I am not sure how I'm going to handle I'm not sure how I'm going to handle, like, the real emote yet. So what I don't know is if I should use a copy of, like, you know, the actual, like, character face, or if I should, like, try to do that myself, right? Like, make a face, take a picture of it, put a background converter on it to get rid of the background, and then, like, play around with it a minute. I'm not sure what I'm not sure which of those avenues I need to do yet, because there's no way I'm going to be able to get my character, my, like, PNP or PFP character made as an image, like that I determined much earlier on that the artist that I got that picture from was a scam artist. So I cannot, quote unquote, have that sort of art again. That's just not going to be a thing that happens. But rest assured that I'm still thinking about the emote. I've not just, like, put the placeholder here and, like, ta-da! That's all it is. You guys get some novelty text. No, I want to do more. I don't have the time to do more, and I'm still thinking about the process, is what it is. Thank you guys for using the emotes. The Shurjan is follower approved. Do you always have to yap? The other one is a tier 1 emote. Mr. Jason says, it's quite possible, Mr. Coin, to outspend Mr. Jason, but it'll get quite costly. No doubt. Let's give him a squeeze. Thank you guys for the redemptions. Much appreciated. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, for when you do add the other moderator, you would like to discuss a new addition to Twitch that you've been made aware of, a lead moderator badge. It is a hammer instead of a sword. So Mr. Jason may be collecting hammers soon. Like an actual bona fide, you know, Super Mario Maker 2 troll level creator. Okay. Game. Oh, we probably have to, like, let's get my hover bike off this. It's not this, is it? It's not like complete the pattern, but different? Okay. Okay. What is this pattern asking for? Aelin says, what the F is that one from, bro? Oh, you mean the let's give him a squeeze. That's an Elden Ring sound. There's a, you meet a character in there. His name is Blythe, B-L-A-I-D-D. It's like a Gaelic spelling, so the two Ds are actually a TH. They have a TH sound. It's really cool. He is an Empyrean, for the lack of a better word. He is not a demigod, but he follows in the shadow of one. And he's been given demigod-like powers while also following an actual real one. And he often described, or I should say he says that line when referring to a man named Celovus that you can talk to extract information about the upcoming fight with Radon, one of the major shard-bearer bosses in Elden Ring. Mr. Jason says, considering that Mr. Jason is your most active moderator, it seems right for Mr. Jason to be Mr. Coin's lead moderator. I hear you on that, Mr. Jason. I also kind of have to mull that over. Okay, what am I missing? I'm missing something. Is there a reference drawing that I can maybe use? I don't think so. Okay. Is it put them in the center like this? You know, like a katakana type thing? I don't think so, but let's find out. Okay. What is this? Oh, is is it literally telling, is that what you need to use? But we already have that. So unless it's like here, need to like sort these out. Oh my god, it actually was correct. It was actually correct to look at that. Well, we've learned new things. Mr. Shiny says, I also wouldn't say no to a brand new sword so that Mr. Jason can swing his hammer. Oh my god. I'm gonna have a chat room full of moderators. Haven't we ever heard the saying of too many cooks in the kitchen? That said, just like with adding on new moderators, I am in fact still thinking or mulling all that stuff over. Additionally, I did not have a particularly fun morning today, so anytime I would have spent mulling that decision over was instead, you know, me being upset. That's about as much as I'm gonna go into it for today. But I will think about that decision. Promise. Mr. Jason says also, Mr. Coin, Carly found some new client recently. Nice, nice. Hopefully they enjoy their stay at the TCC, among other things. Mr. Shiny says, this is one of the better Korok puzzles, I must say. Indeed. Tension says, nice job, Mr. Coin. Thank you. I appreciate that. Alan says, that sucks, man. Sorry, I appreciate that, but I'm okay. Honestly, it's just, you know, as existential dread as an American citizen, that's really it. I'm really, really bothered by the state of the world, and I mean really, really bothered. Like, I could get up and do something about it bothered, but I'm not even really halfway sure of what I would even go about doing. And in fact, oh, no. No, 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 no. Nope, just put that back there. Get out of here. Oh my god, that is super extra frustrating. Mr. Jason says you love Aylin's comment. It was likely meant to you, Mr. Coiny, but it could also be to Mr. Shiny's joke as well. I think Aylin would have been a little bit more avant-garde, let's say, about the joke. Because Aylin has never bothered to pull a punch before, and I certainly do not expect that now. I love how it rotates in real time while doing this. Oh my god. Please stop. Coin, buddy. Coin, you gotta stop being a, you know, a moron. You really gotta stop that. Okay, let's get that correct. Are we serious? Everyone under the sun wants me to not solve this puzzle. Bye. Alan would have been like, F you, penis face. Oh, man. Indeed. Mr. Shiny says it keeps going downhill from here. But I don't think Alan was going to originally say anything about that. Just, that's me doing a soul read. I do not know if my soul read is correct. In fact, it usually isn't, but I at least try. Oh my god. The highly above. Can you stop? Hylia, I mean, Ganon, can you stop sending me your minions every 5 seconds? Bye. Holy hell in a handbasket. Stop it. Wow, we must be getting real close to the final boss if they're sending this much crap. Maybe Hestu doesn't want me to solve the remaining 60, and he's like, I gotta deal with these, you know, freaking idiots again. You know, something along those lines. I just... you know what? I'm gonna learn to laugh, is what I'm doing. Mr. Shiny says those Lizalfos need to stop being so heated up about fighting. Peppermint tea. I was kind of hoping it was gonna hit that Korok. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Mr. Jason says, I always love that putting on the Yiga armor makes them disappear. Yeah, if I don't want to collect mighty bananas, if I just don't want to be bothered with them, I don't have to be bothered with them. It's great. I personally love this little fact that if you just put on the Yiga costume, they stop. They're that banana brained, literally. Alan says, fuck you, penis face. Oh, I said the F-bomb and I shouldn't have. Excuse me. See, when you staple it together like that, I'm going to read it as penis face. Pen is face. Because I get to have fun with stuff like that. Isn't that nice? Mr. Jason says, it's quite the appealing fact. See, we're all having fun in here. At least I hope so. I hope we're all having fun in here. You know, back in the old days, did people know? I wonder if people knew this, but apparently, penis means wand. So like, you could just like the old Latins, the old Latins. Let's try that again. The peoples that spoke the Latin language. There we go. That's a lot cleaner. Not sure why I said it the other way. Slip of the mind, honestly. Are we... Is this like a location for a Korok or what? It feels like it is, but I'm gonna check. Okay. No, it's not, but that is good to know for the future. Yeah, I suppose it would be the Romans, wouldn't it? I'm sorry, my brain's kind of all over the place today, but yeah, I believe you're right, Aelin. It should be the Romans. Yeah, they could be talking like a nice small, you know, object, with like a rounded tip on it, and guess what? It's a wand. Or a caduceus would be another word for wand, which in turn is another word for that. Oh, there are all kinds of words. It didn't only happen in the greaser era, you know, ladies, gents, and non-binary people. The greaser era wasn't the only time where we came up with like about 6 different synonyms for things. It happened in other languages too. Mr. Shiny says, let me know when the amount of jokes you say gets too high. You sometimes can't help yourself and spin jokes at great pace. I will bear that in mind. Alan says, why are we talking about the etymology of penises? Because of the word, you know, penis face. That's why, more or less. I think it's really close. Etymology, yeah, I get what you're trying to say. I think there's supposed to be a Y in there, like, after the T, but I don't remember. I'm being, like, straight honest. Yeah, etymology is bugs. You're absolutely right about that, Aelin. Mr. Jason says, one of your shelves broke the other day and a book fell and hit you on the head. You only have my shelf to blame. Indeed. Okay, this one's not right. Something's not right. Okay. Oh, I'm like further south. It's like over here on this rock. Okay. Dungeon says, coin you off, Mr. Coin you off the chain. I do my best. I try to be on the chain more than off. But I've come to realize is that we have an audience full of spinsters and comedians. So you know what role I get to take, my lovely senators and inductees? I get to be your straight man. I get to be someone who, that gets to be, I'm sorry, my mind has difficulty perceiving straight as any word besides either the alignment word or the geometric one. But, I get to be the person who, you know, how do I word this? I know what I want to say, but I'm finding the words hard today. I am the person who will react to the joke like you would expect the audience member to react to a joke, more or less, while also sometimes going, ah, yes, understood. The joke makes sense, at the very least. That type of thing. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, the unfunny guy that relies on chat, but people like him all the same. Thank you, Mr. Jason. I appreciate that. You worded that pretty well. At least in a way I liked. Mr. Shady says, you can tell you are Jan in this group. Yes, I in fact can tell that I am Jan in this group. That is absolutely true. I'm kind of leaning into the sure Jan thing. I don't know how to feel about that, other than, like, I guess it's a thing that's happening. Why is it? I forgot the desert is this, fickle, this cold. Also, why am I wearing the Yiga clan costume just all the time? Let's stop that. Oh, we need to flip it and rotate it like this. There we go. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you have a little fun fact for me? Oh. Aelin says, who the damn hell is Jan? Hold on, Aelin. I'm gonna do you a solid, okay? So the character is named Jan Brady. She's one of the Brady daughters. And she's kind of known for saying really, she's kind of known for being an airhead insofar as she sometimes says things that just don't make sense. And her sister is like, if you say so, sure, Jan. Something like that. Mr. Jason says, take the first letters of July, August, September, October, and November and put them together. Yeah, you get your name. That makes a lot of sense. Mr. Shiny says the important part is you can appreciate good jokes, and that's often more important than spinning jokes yourself. Yeah, I'm also the sort of person that's funny when I do things or react. That's usually how it goes in my in my family and in real life elsewhere. Is people laugh at me while trying also to laugh with me at the same time, and that's about as much as I can ask for, quite honestly. I'm sure my count will be off and I need to go to a shrine and confirm the correct count. Welcome back, Carly. Hopefully things have been going smooth. Carly says your dropped out signal is awful. What did you miss? You see, Mr. Jason has mentioned you finding a new client for the TCC. You missed a really awkward conversation about the etymology of the word penis. That is what you've missed. Not only that, but you know, talking about the fact that I'm not a real comedian or anything. That was the part you missed on. Carly says you've been told that you're funny unintentionally. Yeah, I'm the same way. Like, if I've expressed exasperation and frustration with friends before, and they're like, "Well, you're funny with what you do." More than anything. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason loves that fun fact. Indeed. Alan says, yeah, jokes. Like Coin's ability to play the game in a timely manner. Too true. Carly says, you don't even want to know the context behind the conversation. Completely fair. And that desire is to be respected. If you do want to know the context, you change your mind. Hopefully, the chat history should still be up for you if you want to see it. And that should give you enough of an idea of where that came from. Let me double check chat. Okay, everyone is laughing on YouTube, and that works for me. And I believe we are all out of marked Koroks. We get to mark 6 more. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. That, my fine senators, is the warning for the commercial break. I'm gonna have to run them manually tonight outside of this one, as we're starting late and all of my alerts are set to real time. So thank you guys so much for sitting through that and, you know, enjoying the content. I really appreciate it. We do take commercial breaks at the top of the hour. There will be a timer above my head when we do. That'll be at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I highly recommend that we grab a snack, get a drink, or something else during that time. And I promise, when that timer above my head reaches 0, we'll be back to doing what we want to be doing instead of, you know, sitting through commercials or YouTube twiddling their thumbs, something along those lines. Mr. Jason says, instead of financial, can we have a counter for electrify? Maybe. If I start saying it in any more context besides, you know, besides just, I'm sorry, my brain is apparently not firing on all cylinders. Instead of just, you know, saying it during like the video or whatever, if I start unironically using like buzzword slogans, yeah, I'll find some like counter system or something. Carly says you're going to be lurking for a little, just working on a drawing. No problem. I hope that goes smoothly for you, Carly. And enjoy the drawing. Mr. Jason says, PSA, please feel free to blame Mr. Jason for the Cointent word. Oh, everyone is already doing that. Don't you worry, good sir. Everyone is blaming you for that one. But it's fine. Tension says you're going to miss seeing me play Tears of the Kingdom. It seems like I'm almost done. We're working on it. We've got some time yet. We still have a lot of Koroks to find. Well, not a lot. We have some Koroks to find. We have we have a lot, some shrines. We've got a lot of side activities left. We still have one sage left to find, and so on. Like all of that is still well in the works. So we're still going to be here a while. But yeah, our time is kind of drawing down. Aelin says you do completely, no doubt. Mr. Shiny says, yeah, Link's Tears of the Kingdom ability has been coming in handy way too many times, Mr. Tension. Aelin says, I'm gonna punch something. I think it might be time to calm down for a little bit. Like, at least an hour, maybe. We'll go from there. I think it's this one right here, actually. Yes. Okay, I recognize that rock shape. The next one will be up here. And hopefully we'll be able to find a shrine soon. And, you know, verify or count on things. Yiga Clan, get lost. Aelin says, I'm sorry, Mr. Shiny says, you're not going to tease Mr. Aelin that much. Fair. And probably for the best. Okay, and they should have disappeared with that, so now we can go find, or go put on this stuff. I'm hoping that we'll also find, like, the last suit of armor for this set in the future, but we can discuss more about that after the commercial break. Thank you so very much. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Nature gave me a teeny tiny little call, so I had to go deal with that. And then I went and got this nice shiny can of sun-kissed orange, hashtag not sponsored. Dang, I knew that I was gonna miss something. Thank you for redeeming that check-in. Good to see you, Mr. Rasby. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Let me change out that soundboard item really quick, and by that I mean I already have the tweaked one accurately. I already have the tweaked file ready to go. I just need to change out which file that the check-in is drawing from. So 1 second, but hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, Mr. Rasby, and hopefully you enjoy your stay. Let's see. How was your holiday? I hope it went well. It should have been right here. Oh, right. That's stored in a different folder. That's probably here. Yeah, there we go. There, that should be a lot better. We'll know if people use the check-in again. Resby said played some Mafia with a friend yesterday. It was nice. Nice. Mr. Resby says right now you're... That's a bit better, but I think I'm gonna need to... I think I just need to, like, deal with the in-house Firebot volume. Okay, 1 sec. I'm glad you're doing the testing on this for what that's worth. Let's maybe try, let's say a 3-notch difference. Go from there. So I adjusted the, like, internal noise volume, and now I think we're just needing to adjust the Firebot volume. What do we think? Still too loud? Not loud enough? Meh. Rasby was saying, right now a bit exhausted, so you're just gonna chill? No worries. Your social battery is almost 0. Understandable. Strasby says, better still loud because it's one of those sounds that the ear perceives as much louder than waveform shows. Okay. Then we just continue tweaking it. Might as well do this while we're here. This was literally a sound effect that you requested, so we might as well get out of the way. I think... yeah. We're gonna try 2 more, and if we need to bump it up, you know, we can do that. Okay. You've come in at a good time, Mr. Rasby. We are cleaning up Koroks. Perfect. Okay. Very, very well. Oh, wait. Did I already get these? Yes, I did. Why did I... That's weird. Yeah, why did I mark it like that? Okay. Let's not forget to do that. No, it was up here, right? Hold on. Oh, no, there was just nothing up there. That's what it was. Mr. Resby says no need to make it louder. It just needs to be noticeable, but not in front of the attention. Fair, or front of the attention. Yeah, that's totally fair. That's fine. 2 is reasonable. 3 is probably if people wanted to be nice and bombastic. The other sounds, of course, are not quite as loud. Mr. Resby says the Mafia, as the Godfather can confirm too, we're in the background doing work. We're not soldiers. Fair. Completely fair. Come on, Mr. Peace. Thank you. Thank you very much for your business. Can I get everyone and their mother to stop ruining my attempts to get Korok seeds? For the love of the three goddesses above, can we really, like, just stop? So this has been happening pretty much every time we've collected seeds today. There's been some enemy coming out of the woodwork to try to kill us. It's been really funny, actually. But I can, you know, at least say it's been mildly annoying. Mr. Jason said, or I'm sorry, Mr. Resby says, the last time Mr. Jason made me an offer, you couldn't refuse. Indeed. As goes the life of any Mafia member. If the Godfather asks you to do something and gives you some offer for doing it, you do it. You bloody will take the offer. Or you're going to end up with worse things happening to you. Okay. That was easy. Just mark those off. I can't wait to get into the next shrine so that I can have an updated, fully accurate count. I can't wait for this saga with the Koroks to be over with. It's something I'm really gonna harp in on with my video essay. Speaking of video essay, I did put this out in the Discord feeler, but just in case people are like, I don't want to read it. And I'm going to give the truncated version. I am beginning to work on the script for said video essay. And if you guys ever bump into any of the, bump into any, like, small details that you've, like, not noticed before, in Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild, I would love to have that to work with for the purposes of the essay, whether that be in pictures or like stuff you found with video or other stuff. I may not necessarily use the video or the picture, but unless I just want it as like an evidence collage or something, but I do at least want to be able to say, yeah, these things are in fact, there, etc., etc. Mr. Rasby says, I don't want to read it. Mr. Rasby says, yes, threats, Kappa. Mr. Jason says, indeed, and outside of the Mafia, one that I'm really proud of. Yeah, indeed. Mr. Resby says, what a good timing to have it be repeated. Surely only after I first set it out of my own motivation. I hear ya. I'm just wanting to make sure that I catch everyone and let it be known that this, this is a project I'm working on. If you guys do want to help, I am taking help. That's great. If you don't want to do that, this is going to be the last time you hear of it. That sort of thing. Nice. I love spilling soda. Hashtag things that I really hate for 500 Alex. I really hate them. I really dislike getting my clothes dirty for any reason. Mr. Rasby says, Coin, you just kind of realized you could literally write a novel. I could. I probably will. In fact, I'm working on one. Well, I'm beginning work on another novel, actually, of the saucy adult variety, because that is what is sold out there. Warning for people that are like, I don't want to hear about saucy stuff. This is your chance to hop off. But there is a novel written by one C.M. Nascasta and it is about minotaurs, women, pharmaceutical factories stylized in farms. And there are like societal critiques in there too, like in some small part, but for the most part, it is really just debauchery in written form. And it has sold millions of dollars. Never mind what it has sold probably elsewhere. But yeah, people are going to be locking into, you know, adult literature. Let's see. Let me catch up on chat because I was trying to like focus on 2 or 3 different things. Also, I just realized I failed to take note of what I should have taken notice of. Mr. Resby says, that's why I am the button man. Too true. Alan says, you totally wouldn't read it. Fair. I wouldn't want to read it either. Mr. Resby says, oh, thanks for the warning. Me, totally not into saucy stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna try to like do it in a way that's more tasteful. I know writing erotica in like a tasteful way is like kind of the antithesis of erotica, but it is something I'm considering. Also, I have friends and family. Or not oh, okay. Yeah, I do have friends and family. I had to think about that a second. That do read the stuff, and so they will be helping me proofread some. Mr. Rasby says, disgusting. Can you give a link so I know what to avoid? How about I send that in DMs? Send that in DMs. How about that? Mr. Rasby goes on to say Mr. Concilier is up for negotiations. I'm not sure I want to be. Mr. Rasby says, ah, yes, well, adequately created erotica. You're going to get a laugh out of it, Mr. Rasby, more than anything. You're going to find the whole thing ludicrous when I send it to you, when I send the link to the thing to you, anyway. Carly says, Mr. Coin, do you mind if you add me on Discord? No, not at all. There's some important stuff you'd like to discuss with me? Absolutely. I can't promise I'll get to it right now, but as I've told you know, a handful of other people, most of my Discord conversations are like extended conversations. So unless you tell me I literally need you to look at this like right now, like right now, I'm gonna wait until like break to at least read it. Is that all right with you, Carly? Alan says the most adult thing you've read is probably The Green Mile, and I don't think that's erotica, is it? I think that's like just a fiction or a non-fiction book, right, Alan? I'm not super familiar with too many book titles. I'm more of an audiobook person, and even then I don't listen to that many audiobooks. I mostly spend my time gaming these days, or, you know, writing up script for tabletop games, which can be like writing a novel in and of itself. I have character backstories that are longer than some short stories I've read. Just as like a proof of concept of I know how to write material. Carlisa, I'm sorry, I missed one. Mr. Jason says, well, extremely rare. You know that you sometimes send those messages that need me immediately, Mr. Jason says. Yeah, that's why I'm making sure to like check for that. What is going on? I have not... I guess it's fine because I know to look, but... Oh, hold up. Tension says you're gonna miss the Link ability Ultra Hand. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with like... I'm not sure what's going on with my combined chat box at the moment. They said the next game is an UUT remake. Oh no. That means the the OOT remake that was in Unreal Engine 5 is going to be a lot of that's going to be in hot water now. But I'm not surprised that that's the next game. Tetchin says, Mr. Coin, a lot of people are going to buy the Ocarina of Time. Not me. You beat that back in 1998 when it came out. Yeah, I agree. I probably am not going to either for entirely different reasons, but I would be really interested in at least seeing it. You know, what kind of a remake is it? Are they going to actually incorporate more of the older story elements? Is it going to be done in the Wild engine? I'm not 100% sure yet. And thank you for leaving a like, Tension. What on earth is going on? Okay. Yeah, I think something definitely borked with this, but it's fine. I'll just have to try to like keep up. Carly says that's perfectly fine, Mr. Coin. You'll message me after stream so as not to distract from it. It can just be an extended conversation. If you want to leave that at my desk, quote unquote, and I can read it and then get back to you, that's great. If you want to just wait until after, that's also cool with me. As they often say, right now, Carly, the ball is in your court. It is your move. You may do whatever you please. Just so you're aware. Depending on what type you finish, you may send it tomorrow. I'll be done around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or in 24-hour format, that would be 19 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Alan says, no, it's Stephen King. Right. I understand that's the author. I wasn't sure what type of book The Green Mile was. Like sci-fi fiction, sci-fi fantasy horror, so on and so on. That's what I was having issues grappling with. Stresby says, yes, Coin as a king. I don't want to be. I don't want to be. Please no. I've had a distaste for kings and monarchs to last a lifetime. Mr. Jason says, Ocarina of Time, but with Koroks. No, please, no. Absolutely not. Mr. Espy says, the Tatalia family is interfering with our connection. Yes, that is a problem. Yeah, 7 p.m. would be around midnight or 1 o'clock for you. Stresby says, I'll grab a few associates and check around. You'll be back. Very well. Alan says you're tired and need to keep the streak, so bitch, ram the bot. Yes, Alan. Thank you so much for coming. Good to see you. Sorry for the late start. Green Mile is like psychological thriller. Gotcha. I will be doing a research on that book later, just to get a little bit more familiar with it. In that case, then. Stephen King is like a very highly touted author for good reason. I feel like if I could just refresh the chat, it would fix itself, but I'll just wait. I'll be patient. But it was good to see you, Alan. Hopefully I see you sooner rather than later, good sir. But if not, you know, if for whatever reason I don't see you again, you know, do stay safe, rest well, and take care of yourself out there. And with that, we're going to check chat again. Okay, everything seems to be good. I really feel as though I should probably try and, like, refresh the cache on this. One second. 1 second. Fresh cache of current page. Okay, yeah, something just broke, like, for some reason. Can someone send a... Nope. It's still not fixed. What the heck? Yes, we know it is paused due to scroll. Okay, now it's working. Woo! Lucky. I was really scared about that. Mr. Rasby says, you authorize them to give the Tatalia family. Yeah, they're not really up for negotiations. You hope at least Michael's wedding is going well in spite of it. This has to be like Godfather references, and I'm not familiar with the Tatalia family, other than that they oppose like the main family in plot. While we're here, I'm gonna quickly hop out of the shrine, get the Korok number, and then go back into the shrine. We are at, whenever the game feels like it. Oh, I actually got the count correct. Never mind. What negotiation, says Mr. Jason? I want to make them an offer they can't refuse. I mean, you could offer them the Magic the Gathering card of the same name. Give them 2 treasure tokens. I mean, you could do that. Sorry, Magic the Gathering nerd coming out. Oopsie. Tension says if they made a lot part 2 with, or probably Ocarina of Time there with Ultra Hand, you would get it right when they right when it comes out. I could see that. This is why, I don't know if you guys remember this conversation. Some of you will, some of you won't. This is a upward and forward. Okay, so they want us to like... We could just make a bridge. It's really not that hard. Come on. You know, we could just do it like this. Perfect. Perfect.
It's just asinine.
Perfect. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin with Ultra Hand, Link can ascend to new heights of greatness. Too true. Mr. Asby says, offer them a gift sub for cross-platform parity. One of the most important things in our community nowadays. Kappa. Right? I mean, money is not bad. I'd love to have some, but I feel, anytime I say that, I just feel ick. I feel disgusting saying that because I know how tight money is and how desperately people are going to get, or how unfortunately people are going to get priced out of, you know, water, like the bare necessities because of the damn AI. Pardon my French. This can't be a basic shrine. Why is this here? Why is it this simple at the beginning of the game? I don't, or at the end of the game, I don't get it. Although, you know, we could have done this in any order, so meh. But yeah, I know people are gonna be losing a lot of commodities. And I feel like I'm just begging. I feel like I'm begging. And I feel I am begging whenever I talk about Patreon or Coffee, even if I do put, you know, videos on it. Like, I still feel like I'm begging. It's really ick to me. But to address what Tension's statement was, to finish addressing that, I think I said earlier that, or earlier on in the year, that one of the things I really want them to do would be to like remake old games in Wild Era mechanics, or using Wild Era mechanics. And I talked about the Oracle games being like fantastic candidates for this, because they actually have opportunities to take the story in like a completely different direction. If they do something like that to Ocarina of Time, that might make me immediately more interested in what they're doing. But that's just me. Mr. Mr. Jason says, you just thought of something, Mr. Coin. For a little while now, you've not reminded me that you've modded your Nintendo 2DS so you can more easily edit the Animal Crossing New Leaf Town. You just thought you would let me know. Is this going to be a running gag? I have both you and Mr. Rasby to make, a tribute. I don't want to use the word blame. That's not right. It's a tribute. I'm giving you your content attribution. Credit. Mr. Rasby says, just to kind of explain for the people wondering, you can now obtain BPP baseline platform parity by subbing to both platforms. Why use different labels at different places? Parity lets you never do that again. This Coin, if you want more revenue, take some content us regulars, or make some content that us regulars want to watch. Take a split of it that isn't critical but is nice and make that behind paywall. You'd be fine to having one of the great fairies be behind a sub on any of the platforms, except YouTube. I really have to think about that. I mostly use Patreon and Coffee for content that I think my audience would be interested in, or that I want to do, but I know can be slow to get going, which Outward is. Outward, even when you mod it up to be fast, takes a long time to get going. So I want, like, that stuff, it like goes behind sort of a paywall, and really I've tried to make the paywall very small on both platforms because you can it's like $1 to get on those. That's like, I've made it as small as I can without outright doing it for free. And without Patreon Coffee yelling at me and saying, oh, you can't charge that low. It's gotta be at least $5 or whatever the minimum is, which I think it's $2 in most cases. Mr. Jason says you love BPP and parody. Yeah, everyone loves parody. Honestly, if it weren't for like the proprietary nature of the labels, I don't see why you couldn't just name it all the same. I would love a law or like a cultural shift to just make the same types of services named the same so that people know what you're talking about, like, period. But a content creator can dream. Mr. Jason says the Great Fairies could be the OnlyFans exclusive content. But wait, but only fairies, right? Like the fairy specific version, only fairies?
Sure, Jan.
Carly says, Mr. Coin, you've sent me the message. It's up to you when you read it. No rush at all. Thank you, Carly. I will take a look at it when I can. Promise. Mr. Jason says only fairies all the time. Yes. I mean, you don't really, the best part of it is it's not even like untruthful. Have you guys seen the original Ocarina of Time polygon models for the Great Fairies? Oh my god. How did it literally not pass like quality control back then? How did the Japanese determine that looking at like under booba was okay? Like I don't, I mean, that part's like a difference in sensibilities more than anything. It's honestly fine. I'm not expecting the Japanese to adopt Western sensibilities after all. I'm just not sure I would have marketed that game for like 12-year-olds. Recipe says, but yeah, as long as you make content that regulars already seen to be filling that role, because that's the target audience, not passerby people, it should feel a bit uncomfortable with what's locked behind, but without locking the main experience. I get what you're saying. I just have to like ultimately figure out what way is that going to be serviceable for both Patreon and Coffee, because they have like different upload structures. Patreon, you gotta like actually crunch the video in its own format, whereas Coffee, I actually really like this about Coffee. you can just upload the video as an unlisted YouTube video. You could just do that, and anyone with a link can like see it. That's the great secret. The trick is you don't give out the unlisted link to just anyone. That's the neat feature. It's not technically pay locked. Insofar as that feature is concerned anyway. Mr. Resby says, yeah, you were clarifying what you meant. The implementation is kind of its own thing. Yep. Understandable. Moving back to what Tension was saying, and then I'll keep things moving. You agree, Mr. Coin? Yeah, I do generally agree. Like, if they do more than just... Because if I'm being really honest, right, and I'm being, like, dead serious with this, I see Tears of the Kingdom as, like, a retelling of Ocarina of Time. What do I mean by that? I think I've said this opinion before. You have Rauru. You have King Rauru here. You had Rauru the Sage, you know, back then. There's, like, differences. It's not told the same. You know, King Bosphoramus of Hyrule's role was served up, you know, when Breath of the Wild, you know, was out. Like, his role has already come and gone. But, you know, Rauru was a sage, and he was also really, really, really important. Rauru was kind of a footnote character in Ocarina of Time. A lot of the sages were footnote characters. The ones that you saw most prolifically were like Saria, Rudo, and Darunia. You didn't really see Impa that much. You saw her at the beginning, and then you saw her at the end. So can we like just undo? Yeah, we sure can. Okay, and this might be enough. Okay. And you hardly deal with Naburu. You don't deal with her much except, you know, one little blip at the Spirit Temple or in the Gerudo Fortress, and that's it. You really don't deal with her much. Same with Impa. Given what, you know, the dev team has learned about storytelling since then, and with the successes of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom and so on, they really can go back and repolish that specific story if they wanted to, but I don't feel they have to because of the work they did with Tears of the Kingdom. They really don't have to do that. So it feels like they would rather, like, remaster the game rather than remake it. That's making sense. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you're in a nice little conversation on Reddit. Oh. Someone posted a photo of all 4 of the Wild games, and you posted the amounts of Koroks between those games, and the OP said, crazy work by those Koroks. LOL. And I said, forget Ganondorf. Hetsu is clearly the final boss. And someone responded saying, are you... what? Oh, this isn't gonna work. We need to, like, do this differently. Maybe. Okay, this really doesn't do what I thought it was going to. That's just gonna lift up, right? How do we get that working? I can tell we're gonna need these platforms, and I don't know how. Maybe this is one of those we just ignore it, because I'm not sure what the intended solution up to that is. Like I was reading earlier, And someone responded saying, legends say that if you gather all 2,000 plus Korok seeds in one place, he'll do the infamous demon slaying dance that destroys Ganondorf for real. Yes, you know, he will literally do to Ganondorf what Ganondorf does to unsuspecting Smash players, and that is, you know, a down spike into the abyss, clearly, with, you know, insert meme music here. Mr. Jason says, with that specific sage, it was really at an impasse. Mr. Resby says, quite a cliffhanger between the start and the final read. Yeah, my brain got, like, busy doing something else, and I just completely forgot. Okay, but what the heck? That doesn't really work either. Right? No, it just does. It just does work. Why? What's the point? You could literally just make a ramp. Why even have that? Tension says, you feel like your dog died when you lost Ultra Hand and yes, ass end. Sorry, I know you meant ascend, but ass end is pretty funny. That's hilarious. I too would like a feature in the game called ass end. I don't know what I would use it on, but I sure would like a copy of it. Exactly, Mr. Raspy has the right of it. I'm glad. See, laughing at ourselves is a good thing. It's important. You can't take yourself seriously all the time. I'm gonna remember that. No offense. I'm gonna remember that word for a while. Mr. Jason says, everyone got a Mr. Jason upvote that day, Mr. Coin. Nice. Nice. Updoots are good. You know, just don't let them go to your head. Because now people are using the Reddit updoots in order to, like, you know, poke fun at people. And that's, like, not particularly good. People are comparing Reddit to 4chan now. It's, like, pretty nuts. And I'm on Reddit a lot, so I like to not be compared with the... I'd like to not be compared with the people on 4chan, thank you. I have a certain class that I like to maintain on the internet. Mr. Rasby says ADHD. Yep. Or ADD. That it could be either. Mr. Rasby says Telltale pop-up. Coin will remember that. Forget Telltale. How about the Fallout? Oh no. How about Elix? Elix has pop-ups like that. Durus will remember that. You know, in quotes. I tried to do a Jax impression and it didn't really work. Oopsie. No problem, Tension. No problem at all. Suresby says, yes, Duracell. Oh, no. No, not that. Let me enlighten you as to what I'm actually talking about. Read it or don't. It's your choice, but Duracell was a nice one to leave out on. I did get a chuckle out of that. Well, since your social battery is spent, good sir, I take it you're probably going to be lurking then, or otherwise heading out the door. And in which case, you know, I hope your battery recharges well. I definitely felt what you felt yesterday with Christmas dinner. I had some really, really noisy people that could not stop yelling at their children and could not stop yelling at their dogs, which in turn made our dogs uncomfortable, and we couldn't stop yelling at them to stop barking. So it was just, it was a whole right mess. Absolutely right mess. Yes, Link, buddy, we know you're hot. It's okay. let's go ahead and whip out the hover bike. I get the feeling we probably won't be able to... Oh, let me also mark that off of my map. Would kind of suck if I didn't mark it off correctly. Yes, it is always a pleasure to see you, Mr. Rasby. Do take care of yourself if you are departing from here. Otherwise, do enjoy your lurk. I hope you rest well and are well, my lovely senator. If I don't see you again for whatever reason, though, do take care of yourself and stay safe out there. And with that, we are going to continue on our lovely journey to get the last of these many Koroks. Tension says, Mr. Coin, they probably are taking away the fuse ability. That sucks. Yeah. I mean, they can't keep doing that with weapons forever, Tension, so that makes some amount of sense. Like, they don't want to have to literally come up with model parts for every single monster you can kill. And the same is true of, like, rocket shields and stuff like that. Heck, you're probably not even going to, like, be able to staple anything to a rocket to do that. You know, which is just... That's fine. I don't mind one-off mechanics as long as the core gameplay experience of the Wild Era games is there. That's what I can appreciate. If you want to play some... okay, that's directed at Mr. Jason, so I'll leave that be. Mr. Jason says, your life, Mr. Coin. You got tired and went to sleep earlier today, but now it's the correct time almost to go to sleep. Of course, you have excess energy now. That sounds like me. You know, running into issues with sleep. You just gotta sleep at the correct time, my friend. You gotta be awake in the morning and asleep at night. Unless you're working, like, graveyard shift. Tension says, our fan bike, you're tired of them horses for real? Oh, I don't know about that. Horses are... Are you serious, video game? Get out of here with that. Horses are like a quintessential part of the Hyrule fantasy. Whereas Zonai devices, I would be okay with some mechanical devices. I think that's fine. We don't need to live in low-power medieval fantasy land. We just, you know, we don't want, like, super, ultra, mega, hyper-modern buildings. There's got to be, like, a good balance. Because I do think... you know, everyone wants to be relatable, and of course, when everyone wants to be relatable, you like kind of miss out on, you know, making an actually good product. But I get it, because if a product is relatable, people will pay extra money to get it. That's just the you know, honest truth. People will pay money for that. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason's brain, oh, you wanted to go to sleep. Denied. Indeed, my sibling would know all about that. They suffer from insomnia. They have to take, like, medication and stuff for it. It's quite bad. Mr. Jason says, things almost got heated there, Mr. Coin. Too true. But I would be totally fine with, like, regular bikes coming back, or, you know, carts, maybe driving carts or something along those lines. Yada yada, blah blah blah. But I'm fine with, like, the important thing with the new game, whatever that is that the core formula for how they're gonna make these Zelda games in the future is intact. So if they want to focus on, you know, Wild Era 3D Zeldas, they can do that. But there are just certain things that are expected with that experience. Mr. Jason says, The Legend of Zelda cart. Now that would be funny, and I could totally see Al Newman and company make that. Truly. I did not mean to click on that. In other history, there was originally going to be like a spin-off of Bloodborne, or like a Bloodborne fan game called Bloodborne Kart, and it eventually became its own game and everything. I know this because the Noble Demon, which is a YouTube channel that is responsible for music covers, has had 2 versions of their tracks. One when the game was called Bloodborne Kart, and the other when the game underwent the name change. I forget what that name is. I can go find it, but the new like Bloodborne inspired like kart game is pretty fun from what I hear. Mr. Jason says, by the oh, that's directed at Mr. Tension. But oh yeah, 2026 would be the 40th anniversary. My God, I'm old. What is the deal with all this? I need to know what's going on down here. This feels like a offering plate or like a random rock. Let's see if I'm right. It's a rock. Goody. Mr. Jason says, what about everyone's favorite kart racer game, Mr. Coin? Garfield Kart. Garfield Kart? Wasn't there like a Simpsons like kart racer game? Which seems right on the nose for like something that, you know, like film franchises and studios would get like a third-party developer to make. It's like, you know, oh, I didn't put a mark on my cart. Of course that happened. It's fine. Okay, this is like less fine. Yeah, okay, we need to like climb up a different way. That's fine. We could just do it like this. Just literally make it more reasonable. We can maybe grab some other supplies in the meantime. I'm not really huge into racers. There's like a couple racing games I remember. Mario Kart for sure. My sibling and I sometimes play that. Like Mario Kart 8, because we don't have Mario Kart World. Mario Kart 8 was fun. I remember when I was a kid growing up, we also had Diddy Kong Racing. Like the original one, not like the reboot of it. Nope. Not today, Giga Clan scum. Get out of here with that. Yeah, there's also like Diddy Kong Racing, which pretended to have a story in it. What else? Thorny Fox says, what Kong Racing? Yeah, Diddy Kong. Like the site. Oh, welcome on in, Thorny Fox. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, you know, Diddy Kong Kart Racing. Hold, let me get you a link so you don't think I'm referring to the rapper, you know, with a similar name. 1 second. Yeah, that really old game. It was coming right off the heels of like Donkey Kong 64. It was released during that era of games, is what I'm trying to say. Thorny Fox, if and you don't mind my asking, how familiar or how much of, you know, Tears of the Kingdom have you played? I always try to ask my incoming audience members that so that I can, you know, direct spoilers and stuff, etc., etc., and it gives us stuff to talk about. Thorny Fox says, oh, thanks for the clarification. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. I totally get it. Like that particular name has just been ruined by, you know, real world court stuff happening. Mr. Decent says, I can't wait for the Mr. Coin Garfield cart with viewers stream series. That's not happening. But I realized you were joking. Mr. Coin says, but Mr. Coin, there's no need to give a link. There's already one in front of us. Hardy har har. Too true. There is, in fact, a link in front of us. Thorny Fox says, you haven't played Tears of the Kingdom yet, but you were hoping to get it for Christmas? Maybe your birthday in February? Nice, nice. Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom's a good game. You know, you just like with Breath of the Wild, you can sort of get, you know, any amount of mileage out of it. The only thing I'll say is, like, the 100% experience is not all that good. Like, if you do everything other than the Koroks, I think you'll be fine. But doing the Korok seeds, like, more than half of them is literal pure agony. Thorn Fox, you lie. Well, welcome on in, Puro4444. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I'll ask you what I asked Thorny Fox there, and that is, how familiar with or how much of Tears of the Kingdom have you played? You know, is it a game you've played a lot of, a little of, beaten multiple times? I always ask my audience that question so that we know how to, like, direct spoilers and such. Oh, do they actually make videos? I might have to, like, look for myself. But to both Puro and Thorny Fox, you two have come in at a good time. We are in the midst of doing, like, the final bits of Korok cleaning. We've got a little bit less than, or a little bit more than 50 left to find. Oh, I see. It literally just goes there. And then we'll be done with the Koroks, like, forever. And all we have to do is get the commemorative little item that we get for collecting them all. I would say things are going pretty good on that front, in all honesty. Mr. Jason says, question, how much of the Tears of the Kingdom have you played? Secret sub-question, how many Korok seeds have you found? Not everyone knows what that is, so I try not to super spoil it or anything, but yeah. Make that 51 left to go. But oh, that's actually the last one. I've got to mark up some more. I know there's at least this one that we're gonna mark up. Carly says, you're a sucker for cute stuff, but even you don't think you have the willpower to find all the Koroks. Fair, fair. I'm mostly doing it out of spite at this point. Like, 900 was a lot in Breath of the Wild, and I already got fed up with it then. I was already fed up from the beginning, and another 1,000 of them, you know, turned me absolutely, like, livid. Like, I can't believe that they went through and continued the scat joke for another 100 or 1,000 Korok seeds. Yeah, for those that don't know, this is, like, probably new information for some people. Yeah, the Korok seeds, the literal, like, collectible, there's no way that's correct. Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong one is what it is. Yeah, it's a poop joke. The Korok seeds are a poop joke. Look at the text. I'll show you guys the text. This small seed was given to you by Korok. It has a distinct smell. Note the words distinct smell. If you gather a bunch of them, you never know what may happen. Stinky. Big and stinky. Ugh, gross. And 3 of the devs came up with the joke. They just had a good old laugh about it. Like, Absolutely a good old laugh. I can't. I literally cannot. Okay, where is this though? Am I? Oh, I'm literally over. Okay, here's the real spot. And now where is the friend that we are referring to? Where's that? If you guys want to follow along as we are collecting the remainder of the Korok seeds, which I'm sure will not quite get done today. It'll probably be Monday before I get them done. Feel free to type in !TOTK MAP on Twitch or asterisk TOTK MAP on YouTube. There should be a bot on YouTube making the rounds with those commands if you need them. My Discord server also has those commands. So if and you want to look at those, I have multiple places to find them. My Discord's available through the link tree. Or if you're on YouTube, you can type in asterisk Discord, and that should get you what you're looking for, all lowercase. I have tons of information on there. We swap pictures. We talk about food. If you want to like chit chat with us, you're more than welcome to come in there and have some good, clean, honest fun. Just remember the audience that you're dealing with. Not all of us are necessarily adults, but we are of legal age to be on the internet. Just putting that out there. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason could send five of his copies of Tears of the Kingdom to other people and still have 2 left. Yeah, you could run like a little mini giveaway with that, with that amount. I'm not gonna lie. You could literally raffle off 5 of them and be fine if you were looking to make money off of that sort of thing anyway, just as like part of resale. Where is this? Hold on. I gotta focus a minute. Is it literally right here? Yeah, oh, okay, I see it. That took me entirely too long to find. Why am I marking this? People might be asking. I am marking this because I cannot be arsed to find 300 or so Koroks that are all just random rocks. That's too much. That's too much random finding of random objects. Mr. Jason says, forever until Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, Mr. Coin, good sir. It's going to be a long time. I keep saying that, but it really is going to be a long time before I do that. There's another one. We might, yeah, if I'm not careful, I might not make it through. Also, I need to run the warning for the commercial break, which is what happens when I stream at a time that is different compared to my usual time. I normally around 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. During the week, during the business week, taking weekends off. It's pretty rare that I'm streaming like late. That's another Korok friend. My God. Okay, where's that one then? Thank goodness that's not super far. Okay. Goody. Oh, right. We literally walked to this one. That's fine. Mr. Jason says, I could become a Zelda tuber. Subscribe to me for a chance to win The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Collector's Edition. You probably could. And, you know, these days, not even a webcam is a problem. You could literally just, you know, make a... I guess a webcam is still kind of important, but you don't have to, like, show your face these days. Most people are running VTubers and PNG tubers, like picture tubers, for that type of thing. You probably could do that. A fun fact, Mr. Coin? Oh. And while that's happening, I will read off some stuff on the Red app. Attention says, Mr. Coin, any pointers you can give me for Age of Calamity? Button combos. Button combos are really important for Age of Calamity. Really, really, really important. Please make sure you study on them. I just like with most of the Wild Era games, if you do 100% or go for 100%, you should be really, really aware that you're gonna be asked to find Koroks. Also, just like with the other Wild Era games, you may be asked to grind for things, and if that turns you off of said games, you may not like Age of Calamity. But just in terms of tips, you know, you should try to have the basic fundamentals of all the characters in Age of Calamity, but you should try to really pick up one or two of the characters for use elsewhere. Also, it probably goes without saying, but you should definitely make sure that you have practiced your swordsmanship with Link. Link is an integral part of the game. You cannot get away from using him in some missions, so please don't just find a random character, pick them up, and then never touch Link again, which is what I did. You really, really, really want to make sure you're practiced with Link. Like, that is the character you've got to get good with. Those are just some basic tips. Mr. Shiny says you can send me collector stuff of Collector's Edition. Kappa. He could, but I get the feeling that that is for museum curation purposes, Mr. Shiny. Though I do know that that was sarcasm. Mr. Jason says you could give away the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Collector's Edition and still have 3 of them left over. Yeah, you probably could. Carly says European GTuber. You love your model? That's awesome. I'm glad you love your model. I used to kind of think it was weird at first, like VTuber, PNG tuber stuff, but I kind of just see it so much that I've grown used to it. And I totally get it. Not everyone wants to show their face. And you don't need to show your face to make great content. You really, really don't. But if you don't show your face, what I will say is you have to try, like, harder to retain people. You have to really be expressive and over the top, because you only have a unless you're a VTuber. If you're a PNG tuber, or you know your VTuber model is not that expressive, you really have to go over the top. At least that's what I've been told. Anyway, Tension says okay. Thank you, Mr. Coin. You really appreciate it. No problem. The important thing is to have fun. All I'm saying is that if you're going to do that, you know, be aware that you still need to, like, deal with the main game character at some point. Like, you can't get out of that. That's all. But you do whatever makes you feel comfortable. It's your video game experience, Mr. Tension. Mr. Jason says, find Koroks. Oh, that's directed at Tension, but yeah. Step 2, profit. Mr. Jason says, I'm excited for the Mr. CoinTuber model. You know, that would be really weird, actually. I've thought about that. It's not that I couldn't do it or that I have an aversion to doing it. It's more over... It would feel weird to show my face and then all of a sudden, you know, hide my face, right? Like, even if I had the most expressive VTuber avatar ever, a CoinTuber avatar even, and I know people will maybe stay here for me, right? But honestly, in everyone's heart of hearts, would you not feel a little bit weird or, like, off-put that I suddenly choose to hide my face? Especially if I don't, like, cite a reason? Or, like, you know, my reasons are my own, or insert some argument here? That would be off-putting to my audience. I know who my audience is, generally speaking. You know, outside of, like, relatively new additions. Carly says you're a PNG tuber for personal reasons. Mr. Jason will know what you're talking about. You found it not too bad to get a community going. Yeah, I don't mean to phrase VTubing or PNG tubing like it's this insurmountable challenge or disadvantage. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to denote or make the observation clear that not everyone is on the same page when it comes to VTubing or PNG tubing. There's like a social element to it that's hard to put into words. And even more so if you don't start out as one and you become one. It's like the expectation is different. It's like Dream. When Dream revealed his face, instead of the paper bag or whatever, you know, then it was all the magic was lost because you knew what the man's face looked like. Then again, you know, Dream was not the nicest person around, so that there was additional baggage that followed him. But the point still stands as that if you lose your mystique and then show your face, you know, that's completely different. And then Dream tried to put his face back under like the mask that he was wearing, and it didn't work. I think that might be the part I was leaving out earlier, but he revealed his face and then unrevealed his face, which is like where it gets strange. Mr. Shiny says, if you start streaming, you want to be a PNG VTuber because you're not too comfortable with showing your face to your potential audience. That's fair. And also with a kind of job that you work, I don't think it would be a terribly good idea. I won't say too many specifics, but I noted that if there's one kind of world that is like very, 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 that is very picky about who shows what face or who shows what, it is the financial sector. It is like business jobs are really, really picky about that. They really like curating their image. Sucks to say, but it's the truth. I'm sure I'm not saying anything you don't know. This is just for talking about it with the general audience. I'm not trying to do a lecture or anything, promise. All right, Mr. Korok. Time for you to get out of here. $48 more to go. Mr. Jason says, if Mr. Coin had a PNG VTuber model, but also appeared like he does now, there really would be two sides to every coin. You're right. That's a good one. Mr. Shiny says, for you, it doesn't matter. If you know everything about a content creator that you're following, wouldn't that be a bit parasocial? Yeah, a bit. A bit. I mean, having some mystery is good, but what I'm trying to describe is like that parasocial part where you like, where people like knew my face and then suddenly stopped getting to know my face. Again, pulling a Dream, like Dream the YouTuber, so to speak. People were really not happy or like couldn't get past the fact that he revealed his face and then put it back. You know, Dream kind of wanted that shield back again of people not knowing his face. It's strange. It is definitely strange. I don't know if I want to deal with that, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Carly says, what you like about being a PNG tuber is you know people are watching for you and not how you look. That's true. Yep, that's true. And since I'm round is a shape that I am, you know, insert Ed Sheeran song here. I know people are going to be watching me for me and, you know, nothing else, which is just fine. Well, I wasn't expecting any of the ice breath Lizalfos here, but whatever. Mr. Jason says you're definitely not parasocial. You get people working for your compliments, especially the TCC. There's a bit more to it than that, but that's fair. Just like developing loyalty to people that you've only seen on the internet and never in person is already like a parasocial thing. That is we're engaging in parasocial relationships right now, like by design. Are we okay? Interesting. Okay. Let me maybe look around then. There's gotta be like something I've missed. 1 second, I gotta lock in on this. Oh, yeah. Okay, it's over there. It's like down there. I see it. Mr. Shiny says, and then there's Mr. Shiny who gets compliments for no reason at all. You don't know what you've done to earn them. By being yourself, Mr. Shiny. Like, being yourself is already compliment worthy. At least to me. Mr. Jason says you appreciate anyone that equals you in jokes. See, there you go. Mr. Shiny says the jokes are probably one of the very little things you truly shine in. That's not true, because you wouldn't have a job in a field otherwise. Absolutely not true. I get what you mean, and I've been there before. I really have. That's part of what my own depressive episodes are about, is just feeling inadequate. And, you know, I know this is the parasocial relationship coming out in full force. But I promise you, there are plenty of things you're good at. Plenty of things you're good at. And there are probably many things you're great at that we just don't talk about. And that is perfectly fine. We all have our gifts. Some perhaps are more gifted than others, but we all at least have something in life. And it's our job to find out what that is and how to make good use of it, in my honest opinion. Like, even though I went through college and it didn't stick. Okay. That sucks. It's something I still think about, but you know, I've found my calling. My calling is with you guys, my wonderful, lovely little audience. You guys are the best and brightest part of my day. I'm being really serious about that. I would not say that if I didn't mean it. Let me catch back up on chat, because I definitely do not think that the text has been keeping up all that much. But we all have our strengths and our weaknesses. Mr. Jason says you don't really do it with me, Mr. Coin, but your general modus operandi is to give a streamer a genuine compliment and then lovingly bash them a little bit. That is the troll level creator way. I am very familiar with that. I appreciate you sparing me some of that. Not that I wouldn't enjoy it, if done sparingly, but maybe if I were at a less sensitive time in my life, it wouldn't matter quite as much. Carly says you somehow ended up on Mr. Jason's good side and get compliments. I also think, I mean, you two have known each other.
Sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses.
I should have had my caps closer. I know to add about 10 seconds. Thank you for that redemption, Mr. Shiny. Mr. Jason says Mr. Coin has the gift of the gab. That I do. I have the gift of yabbering. How about that one? I have the gift of yabbering. Gab. I guess if we're talking about diplomatic gab, yeah. I'd like to think I'm a somewhat decent listener. That's a thing that people have told me a lot. I'm not like trying to use this to brag, because as I've told this to Mr. Jason and like everyone else, you know, on this channel live and in private before, if you want to say or something, you need to show it. You don't say it. You don't tell people you're good. There's both scripture and like real life wisdom about that. You don't try to do that. Instead, you show it. And you let other people make that observation for themselves. It's more genuine and authentic when you allow yourself to build the reputation of being this or that and not laying claim to it. It's more authentic that way. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin is truly the real-world version of Blathers, aren't I? Yeah, I suppose I am, aren't I? And I don't, Don't people find Blathers absolutely annoying, though? Like, my goodness. I don't know if I know that it's a compliment, right? I personally get that. People do adore Blathers, but they adore him because he's a nerd and he's, like, speaking about things he's passionate about, more or less. I don't speak with such passion about most things. In fact, I try very much to be dispassionate whenever I can, because I know that if I were to ever truly unleash my passions, you know, I would be more intense about it. And people don't like that. Intense emotions are unstable. They're not good. That's why I meditate and I practice mental asceticism, because I know that if I don't do that, you know, I do have a chance of just popping off on someone for no reason. Like, I try to practice mental discipline. I'm not always the most effective at it, but I do try for exactly those reasons. I'm very much... you can juxtapose my own words opposite that of Marilyn Monroe. Marilyn Monroe is pretty famous for saying, you know, if you can't handle me at my best, you don't deserve me at my... Or if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. There we go. That took me entirely too long to get right. Well, over there, Korok. I kind of am the opposite, where I don't think you should just arbitrarily be giving people the worst in the first place. And that's not to say that Marilyn Monroe necessarily on purpose gave people her worst. She just never, like, held it back. I sort of believe that you should. Like, holding it back is genuinely a good thing to do. I'm sorry, I got, like, super existential and I missed a Mr. Shiny message in the process of doing that. So sorry. Mr. Shiny says, oh, and that you get to pick up on games rather easily. That has also been like something I've been quite flummoxed with too. I seem to have the same strength. Like, put me in front of a game, and unless it's like particularly obtuse, I probably have it figured out in like 5 minutes. Maybe 10 minutes with my current like brain pattern today. Is that like just slightly too off? Gotta be careful. I almost lost that. Okay. I think I'm probably safe to take the hat off now. Wow, that messed up my hair pretty good. Well, I won't be stacking hats for the remainder of the day in case people wanna redeem that again. Go ahead and remove these. Oh no. Link,
So
buddies,
place
get up
the
there.
sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses.
You're not letting me off that easy, are you, Mr. Shiny? That's fine. You mean again? Yes, again. No shot anyone catches that reference? Okay. It's fine, honestly. You know what, we could like build a ramp or whatever and it'll be fine. Yes, show me where your friend is. You could literally just... What? It seems like such a non-issue. You could just literally staple him to a box. Or like a couple of boxes. And like literally just carry him up. That seems too easy. Thank you for the redemptions on the hat though. Much appreciated. You know, I'm not wearing these hats out in public too often. Might as well make use of them. Especially where I can. Yes, good sir, we know you need to reach your friend. He's literally right there. Beautiful. Perfect. Mr. Shiny says we might as well pick the shrine up that conveniently is around here too. Yeah, without burning up the hover bike. What's up, Mr. Jason? You need me to make a shocked face? Do you want me to like, you know, shift over to my webcam and do that? Is that kind of what you want? Do you need like a clear shocked face? Because I know my webcam's kind of like tiny. You need me to swap over? Very well, Mr. Jason. And do let me know when you are done with that face. You're making me a gift? I don't know what kind of shocked face. Shock good, shock bad. I don't know. I'm trying to actually make the face, but I need more. I need one more detail from you. I need to know. Should I think since it's a gift, you want me to make like an ecstatic face. In which case I'll give it my best shot. I'm not very good at making faces on command. Okay. Mr. Shiny says, but that shrine is also requiring a certain something to appear properly. Oh, no. Mr. Jason says, done. Very well. Oh, gosh. It's fine. Mr. Shiny gets a couple of extra minutes of free hat. Carly says, Mr. Jason is so nice to you that you even have a command in your chat that says when people appreciate me. That's nice. That's nice. I don't know if I necessarily want such a command for myself, but it is awesome that you have one. I don't know. I feel like people would either spam it or use it in a way that is like unintentionally not like what the command was used for. But that's just my personal thoughts on the matter. Mr. Shiny to put the oh, a crystal. Yes, a crystal. It's gonna be in a cave, isn't it? I feel like it's gonna be in a cave. The Gerudo Canyon crystal. Yep, I feel like it's gonna be. Yep, it's literally pointing me toward the cave entrance. Let's go then. We might as well get the bubble frog while we're here. There's no way this is not part of the cave entrance. Mr. Jason says, see the DMs, please, Mr. Coin? Sure. I would love for my phone to stop giving me pop-ups, but that's fine. Oh, that is good. You have got to post this in like a gen chat or like memes. I need or you could even make a gallery posting called memes. You could do that. That's hilarious. But that's fantastic. Okay, I guess before we go into the cave, Mr. Shiny is making a suggestion regarding, like, tumbleweeds. So, let's do that. Let's go check. Yeah, because I should have already, like, realized that the laser was not being pointed into the cave. Alright. So it's amidst the tumbleweeds, is it? Looks like it is, too. I'm curious as to, what we're gonna need to do to get it out of its, encasement. Or, wait, it can't be that simple. There's no way it is just simply pluck it out of the tumbleweeds. Are we sure we weren't meant to, like, go to Gerudo Canyon, like, sooner? Feels like we should have gone there sooner. Not gonna lie. Let's, maybe do this. Because I see that we have, like, a little device here. We could literally just point a part at it. Or not. It's literally, like, one whole thing, and I do not understand why. It's fine. We could do this. Or not. It's like, yeah. Oh, okay. That's a bit better. Let's do it like that. And then put the crystal on top, like so. For automated fast travel. Mr. Jason says you're going to head off now, Mr. Coin. Very well, Mr. Jason. Thank you for stopping by, good sir. I hope I can return to, on-time streams sooner rather than later. Do rest well and do be well, good sir. Your company has been a pleasure, as always. If I don't see you again, for whatever reason, do rest well, stay safe, and take care of yourself out there. Mr. Jason says, but yeah, you truly are Blathers now. But before you go, what area should you post the gift in? You can put it in the, let me do it like this. Let me pop up the Discord real quick. If you type in, or if you look into the content category, Mr. Jason, there should be one called the All-Knowing Picture Club. You could just put a picture in there. In fact, is there one for memes? No, but you could make one for like memes if you want to. That's totally fine. Mr. Shiny says the nature of this game makes it so that every region has to be accessible for early game, hence some puzzles being too simple for the time you get to solve them. Yeah, that does make sense. That does make a lot of sense now that I'm thinking on it. So, like, the idea is that the early game puzzles are all generally solvable, early. I'm gonna have to cook some more heat resistance. We could do it like this. Okay, just drive up the little tiny hills. It's even better. And like the late game puzzles are intended to be like a lot, or like the inner regions of the areas have like more complicated, more difficult shrines. Carly says you're also going to head out as it's 10:30 here and it's been a busy few days. Understandable. You hope the rest of the stream goes well. Thank you so much for stopping by, Carly. Much appreciated. Good to see you, as always. I do hope that I see you sooner rather than later, of course. But if not, if I don't see you again, you know, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, we're going to continue, you know, winding down the clock with more shrines. Lots of shrines. We could probably foot the rest of the way there. Heck, we could probably even snap it off of the thing and just put it right up there. How close can we get? Pretty close. Thank you, video game. We get it. We totally get it. You offered up a crystal and can now enter the Shrine of Light. Enter the shrine to receive a light of blessing. Got it. Oh, but we have not gotten to the object of today's thumbnail, and it has been 2.5 hours. I also have not actually like run an ad during the second hour, and I need to run an ad eventually. Probably gonna need to run one toward the third hour. Hello, Mighty Zonite. I will... Oh, God. What do I take this over? Maybe a... Oh, I don't know what I would take this over. Maybe a... I'm not 100% sure. Maybe this, like, blue maned Lionel Spear? I don't know. It feels like the correct answer is to just drop the longsword. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. It's fine. We don't need to actually use everything out of the shrine. What can I talk about? So, my sibling has been visiting a new like tabletop store. I won't mention what that tabletop store is for security purposes, but I think it's really cool that there's this like new, you know, business owned by like a couple, is what I was told. They're like really, they seem to be really nice, and they're thinking of expanding their business, you know, out beyond like the state that they're in. And they are maybe, you know, they're gonna at least keep my siblings' name in the hat so they could like get, you know, they can get to run a franchise store, which would be really cool. It would be nice to have my, you know, sibling find work in something they really wanted to do right from the very start. So I'm rooting for them, because jobs are difficult. You've got to take what you can find these days. You really got to. There's just nothing for it these days. I'm gonna keep trying to do what I do best, but I may eventually need to just break down and go, you know, mold myself in a factory for a while. I don't know. Gotta make money or just survive in this world. That's just a really raw, piercing truth that is almost inescapable. At least so long as the invention of money does in fact exist. What else could I maybe mention? I have been trying to, like, work on finding some more real-life friends. I need people that are a bit... It's not that my current real-life friends are bad, and I will consider them friends unless something comes up. Like, I've been with them for, like, a decade. They're irreplaceable to me. But I do need people that have more of my own views. I don't feel like I'm quite I don't quite hold the same values. We're like a generation apart, so I mean, some of that should go kind of come as not a surprise, but wait, I'm sorry. Mr. Shiny says he would consider it if it were attack up. Fair. The handle just didn't have it. Then you go on to say, you see Mount Nabaru Cave still has a bubble frog hanging around? Mount Nabaru? That would be up here, right? Nope, that is the shelf. Where is this? Spectacle Rock. Oh, here? No, that's not correct. Hold on, let me find it. I gotta use the big boy map for this. One sec. I'll find what you're talking about. Oh, this over here. Yeah, I went in here for I went in there for the quests and I left the bubble frogs. I really should, in all honesty, go back and get them. Yep, you've convinced me. I'll go ahead and do it. Let's get to work. I feel like I don't want to come back to those later. I might come to regret that. Yeah, I did in fact just find the frog statue for the Blade Master quest and left. Yep, that's pretty much the answer in most cases. Was I did what I needed to do for these shrines in the Gerudo Highlands and left alone. Speaking of the Gerudo Highlands, we need to go back and deal with the cave now that we have Riju's power. That was something else I had no choice but to leave. Because I just didn't have the tools I needed. I think we're good to take that off. Woo! I made sure to shampoo and condition really good because of the hats. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, like the big boss of any organization, a mafia boss, and according to your friend Carly, a hitman due to the amounts that you spend. You're a very, very private person. Understandable. This is why you very selectively pick your friends, and although you've shared a lot about yourself, you actually haven't shared much at all. I'm the same way. I'm the exact same way. I can share a lot about myself, but these are things that anybody could share with anyone on the internet. In terms of like actual stuff that's happened to me with names and such, that like with actual proper nouns, like filling in the proper nouns is like makes a big difference. That I've not done with too many people. You never know what could happen. I guess that makes me have like the avoidant personality type or whatever, but it's not like I hate people or anything. It's just trust is a hard thing to come by. Oh, that would be, yeah, okay, yeah, I guess I kind of forgot about this. All right. But I forgot that that's where that was. Excuse me. Let me do this. Mr. Shiny says, oh, the cave that is in place of the Breath of the Wild shrine puzzle, you remember that one? Yeah, that one's hard to forget. Mr. Jason says, plus as a former troll level creator, you prefer to operate in the shadows. Yeah, and it's easier if people don't know things about you. I get that. Mr. Shiny says, yeah, you get that too. You're not telling a lot about yourself either. It's the internet. It's smart to do that. It's smart to withhold information. Now, of course, at some point you should probably say something. If the people you're talking to are correct, or they're the right ones to share that with. But I'm going to caution people from thinking I'm that person, because I'm on the internet. it's not that I like to think that I'm not lying about things or anything, but I am a random guy, you know, online, and it should probably stay that way. It's just, I'm a random guy that a lot of people know the name of and know what I do. Mr. Shiny says, as you always say, you're just a random dude online and you prefer to stay that way. Fair. Yep, exact same mantra. Mr. Jason says there's one inescapable fact. Mr. Coin, the TCC, the SBC, and both of them exude a sense of elitism. Right. The Challenger ranks in the Prestige, and then the SBC is even more prestigious than that. Yeah, too true. Let's find ourselves our Bubble Frog friend and get out of here. That's probably, like, further in this cave. Nice, Link. Get up there. Okay, where are you? I need to find where you are. You're over there. Good. I don't know. I mean, if you're happy with the Prestige and the way you set things up, Mr. Jason, that is the truly important part. Me personally, I don't know. I guess I'm just not drawn to, you know, Prestige. Did I seriously just walk up that or climb up that? I think I seriously just climbed up that. I did not know you could climb up that at all. Mr. Jason says, you know, elitism can be a bad thing at times, but as you see, Mr. Coin, you've always enjoyed a private curated club. Well, it's when, as long as it's, as long as it's not a condition, how do I word this? I hear you, Farosh, but I need to not be here. Oh, I think I might have just found... No, I did not just find it. Have not found it at all. We need to keep looking. As long as the condition for getting in is not, you know, something that only people can do because of their station in life, right? Like, with the SBC, it's just have and maintain a certain amount of money, which it's a video game. You can do that. Although in Pokemon Legends Z to A, Mr. Jason says the SBC is just a rich person's club. That's fair. A rich person's club I would have more of a problem with, because that the implication of a rich person's club implies that not just anyone can be there, and in fact your station does kind of determine you know, whether you do get in or not. And that can be seen as a little more morally unacceptable. That said, you know, the fact of the matter of life is that, you know, we're born in different stations and different classes. There's nothing to do about that other than, you know, other than try to rise above your station or, you know, push for the elimination of stations. There's really only two things you could do with that. Am I, like, missing something here? I might be. Okay, so we got the plate, we came in, and we turned around and we left. Oh, this is gonna be one of them stupid bubble frogs, isn't it? Where it's either hiding in plain sight, or there's just a room that I just didn't bother to check the entire time, or for some reason the status of the cave isn't updating. It's going to be one of those. Mr. Shiny says you would love to become part of the SBC at some point, but for that you need to buy Z to A, the price for which you find to be less than ideal. Yeah, it's prohibitive. Not even mentioning the fact that the price does not include the DLC. Yeah, the DLC has made this proposition a lot worse. Mr. Jason says, essentially with me, Mr. Coin, anyone can join. It's just that they survive the trials of the TCC. And you mean wholly survive? Yep, that is true. Ah, I found it. Okay, it was just hiding in plain sight. I see you over there, Bubble Frog. Nice. I'm glad we found this one. And I'm also thankful there wasn't that much more to like find. It wasn't like find the Bubble Frog and you still have half a cave left to go do. You just find the Bubble Frog, deal with the offering plate, and then leave. And it's mostly a thoroughfare cave. Works for me. Alrighty. So that's cave number 1. And we had this cave over here, which we might as well grab the Bubble Frog for. And then we're gonna go deal with that mountainside former shrine cave where we saw our first Gibdos. I actually think that cave is where we saw our first Gibdos. Maybe it might have been a different cave, but I feel very confident. Hello, Picongo. Nice to see you. That shape really draws my eye. Do you think it's a natural formation? Or maybe... Ah, it's you. How are you holding up against the heat? Preparation is key. I wouldn't be able to paint here if not for all the chili elixirs I brewed in advance. Interested in my painting process, are you? I'm fascinated by that small island up there. I've made it my goal to capture that distinct shape on canvas. Granted, you can't see it very well when the clouds are in the way. Ever since the upheaval, the sky has been filled with floating islands, but none has caught my fancy so much as that exquisitely shaped one there. I can't quite explain it, but it feels as though it's speaking to me somehow. Why are the floating islands up there? It can't hurt to take a little time out of your day to stop and think about it. Sure. Let's see, do we... Okay, we can, mark this cave here. Actually, we could probably just paraglide down from this general position. Maybe. Yeah, we could probably glide from this general position. Mr. Shiny says it's a cave with a boss bokoblin and a bunch of likes, isn't it? This one, the Gerudo Canyon mine, or, this cave over here, like the Mistathi, like shelf cave. I think you're referring to like the canyon quarry, the mine. Yeah, I believe so. I actually think you're correct, because there was also an offering plate in there. Good chances are, if it had an offering plate, I did not find the Bubble Frog. I just did what I was supposed to and got out. So I guess we're gonna correct that now. Plus, it's sort of the last region where we do these things in, so... This also means, like, since we're coming up on parts of the game where, like, all the regions are explored, I think we're definitely going... I'm definitely going to need to start hunting down the remaining field boss locations on my own so that we can just take care of them as part of cleanup. Or I can clean them up since we've kind of seen what all the field bosses are. It would just be like gloom hand sightings. We're also in like this weird position. Nice. I think we're also in like a weird position where I forgot what I was gonna say. Sorry. Just wait for that to pop out. And maybe do this. Bye. Mr. Shiny says the mine. Mr. Jason says there are 4 groups in the TCC that are prestigious: Troll Castle Legend, World Champion, the Board, and the Executive. You've been quoted in saying that the Troll Castle Legend is the closest thing that TCC has to having celebrity status, Mr. Coin. No doubt. Maybe eventually we'll have some programs that'll rival that in the streaming department. It would be nice if we had celebrity status for pretty much, you know, no matter what you're doing, you know, on the server. Like, if you want to do well at it and you want accolades for it, you should be able to get it, you know, provided the program is right and, you know, fully in place before people start getting titles, things like that. Mr. Shiny says you think you won't set yourself to purchase C to A for the time being unless you get it as a gift or you find it on sale. You know, either or, and I totally get that. But, like, people are being priced out of everything: gaming, housing, electricity, water. I'm gonna harken back to AI again. I keep doing that, but like, AI is this. It's really sad that it's happening this way, but it is. Where people are consuming basic resources in order to make money, and I'm really miffed about that. So Shiny says a Pokemon game on sale? Unless it's a used copy, I don't see it happening. That's a 2-for-1 special. That's hilarious. Yeah, you're probably right, Mr. Shiny. I wouldn't expect a sale. You know, Game Freak, and by extension, Nintendo, kind of see Pokemon as their cash cow, and there's sort of zero reason to put it on sale when people are buying games at, like, you know, at the price of 2 of their fingers, when they don't have to do that. Mr. Jason says, too true, Mr. Coin, but Super World Champion and Troll Castle Legend are by far the most difficult ranks to earn, so you don't want to lessen that for them. Of course, I didn't say it was, it had to be the same amount of celebrity status, just that, you know, there should be accolades for it. But again, we got to get a core program fleshed out first before we even think about doing any of that, and I'm working on drafting the proposal for the board to discuss when we come back from break. Mr. Shiny says, heck, the only Mario game you've seen on sale is a game made by Ubisoft. Yes, the Mario and Rabbids game, right? Because Ubisoft is the one that pushes for a sale. Yeah. That checks out. That makes a lot of sense. And that's because and the only reason Ubisoft is doing that is because, you know, they're going out of business. Like, their stocks have been bought up like crazy. Oh, come on. Are you serious? Okay, I'm being harassed by local wildlife. Let's not deal with that. Where's the other bat? Come on, I kind of need this bat. Yeah, so it's not like Ubisoft was gonna sell things by default. They do put things on sale, but they don't do it. They don't do it out of the kindness of their hearts. They don't do it to, you know, make money They do it as a last resort, and that tells you everything you need to know. And 3. Mr. Jason says you're very proud of your project, Mr. Coin, as you should be. You really haven't been about Super Mario Maker 2 since last July, and we're still flourishing thanks to everyone that contributes. Yeah, we don't want the troll community to, like, die in there. So it's important that, you know, the TCC continues to care about it at least a little bit. And probably a bit more than that. Sidon, buddy, I needed you not to do that, but whatever. It's fine. Oh, hello. Wasn't expecting that. Let's blow it up. Let's blow it up more. Better. So now why? There's gotta be a bubble frog back here. That's like the old... Hello? Ah! I see your weakness. And I will raise you an arrow. Mr. Jason says you've unfortunately moved on from that now. You have boardroom meetings to oversee. Of course. I'm not saying necessarily you. Unless you just feel like it. Like, it's at the end of the day, it's a game. You know, like, you're allowed to move on from that. Like... we all are allowed to move on. I want to move on from Tears of the Kingdom eventually. Like, it is a great game, and I love it, but I don't want to play it forever. I have other things I want to do. Like, even if people don't see it as valid, it's you know, my God-given right as an individual to pursue that, right? What I'm saying is... You should be allowed to pursue your own thing while simultaneously making sure the Discord still pursues its intended mission, which doesn't change unless we just, like, change the title. Mr. Shiny says time to cool it down. Indeed. Mr. Shiny says you've been burnt out on Tears of the Kingdom a few times. That's fair. And you know, my burnout is, like, probably in large part due to Koroks more than, like, anything else. It's just... It's a lot. It's a lot, and it doesn't have to be. It really doesn't have to be. 100% should not be this overbearing. For no reward. 69 JNP, and we should probably freeze it like right there too. It would make for a perfect holiday gift. The most excellent of holiday gifts, actually. I jest. I'm actually impressed that we have managed to move that, you know, up to that number. Ah! I see you. I see you, Mr. Bubble Frog. Hilarious. Over there. I like that it was just sitting there. That's hilarious. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, what's up, Mr. Jason? Why? Why is it blurbing to me about a shrine? Why? Oh, I know why it's blurbing to me about that. It's because there is one. It's literally over there. Probably by the stable, if I had to guess. So we can, like, head over this way. And we can get out of here. I'm looking forward to some bright things in our future. I truly am. He just, you know, even though the year is rocky, you know, new year, new projects, you know, new outlook. I really have a chance to, you know, reshape things if I need to. Mr. Shiny says Bubble Frog is an example of a collectible done right. Yes. Yes, it pains me that I like going after the Bubble Frogs, and I'm upset with, like, the long-standing Koroks. I'm really upset about that, because they could have stopped the joke in Breath of the Wild and made it more reasonable, and I would have been okay. Like, truly just... it just rubs me the wrong way, more than anything. Mr. Jason says, you're not asking because you know that Mr. Shiny is preoccupied with other things. But like Mr. Rasby and Carly, you wanted to at least put it out there that Mr. Shiny has enough of your respect to be welcome on the board. Of course. Yeah, I think Mr. Shiny has entirely too much on his plate to be consider that. But, you know, I should probably not speak for him and let him speak for himself on that. I just think my intuition is correct more than anything. This is like... why? Oh no, this is a hidden metal? Really? That can't be that simple. There was a shrine like this in Breath of the Wild where you had to connect a bunch of electrical, like, outputs together or inputs together to like open gates and stuff. I remember that one. Mr. Jason says there's only one thing that may not work out too well, Mr. Coin, and what's that? No jokes really at that level? Ah! I mean, we're all used to that. Let me ask you something, Mr. Jason, if and you don't mind, you know, like an honest answer. Do you crack up jokes, you know, in real life with the folks that you live with? Let me just do this. Like, hold it there a minute. Because I don't know about you, but this, like, talking like this on stream, I do not talk like this at all in real life. My folks do not, like, actually do not. We do not share common interests like this. Which is, it's part of why I am so excited to be on stream, because I have people that I can relate to in a controlled setting. That setting being, you know, the video game that we're all playing or that we're watching. Mr. Jason says you do, yes? Okay, well, I mean, that's nice. That's good. I'm glad you have people like that in real life that you crack up with in the same way that you do here. That's a good thing. I can't quite do this with my, you know, tabletop friends either. Like, maybe that's just my inbred personality or whatever. Like, perhaps there's something in me that is preventing me from doing that. But I'm like a straight-laced individual. Like, I guess that's the part of me on stream that you guys see that is the same. In real life, I'm also a straight-laced individual. It's not that I don't make jokes or anything like that. You know, I fall on my face just the same trying to make them as I do here. But what was on the back side of this shield again? Oh yeah, Night Shield, that's right. Okay, we can leave that here. And we already have the chest for that too. Okay. So we have... we like do something like this. Or like, well, okay, what's the point? Oh, wait, what? You could do that? All right, cool. I didn't even think to try that. Okay, so maybe like, oh right, I'm rotating the ball, but I'm not actually doing anything. I need to rotate this thing. Like that. Okay, perfect, perfect. Wait. Game, you're not gonna give me a noise? You're not gonna do that? Alright. Mr. Jason says, in fact, Mr. Coin, you went out for a Christmas dinner with your family yesterday, and on the way out, one of the staff said something that you can't remember now, but you said, I said I had a haircut before I came here, so tomorrow we're having another Christmas dinner with all the trimmings. That's pretty funny. Mr. Shiny says, but yeah, with your work schedule, you're not too certain you fulfill your duties all that well, and you won't that won't change unless you get fully used to your job or you switch to one that allows for more leisure time. That's totally fair. That is totally fair. We don't meet... okay. I'll say this, and then I'm going to immediately have to countermand it, but I'm going to say it anyway. We don't meet all that much currently. Although, once we come back from... And this is even with taking our little break into account. We didn't meet all that much before. We have a lot of lower-end staff that handle more immediate tickets, and the board processes the rest. I'm going to be firing up a bunch of meetings, like when we come back. I will try to pace them out. But the idea is that we have a lot at the TCC to work on. A lot of the TCC that we have to work on and or at least discuss, that sort of thing. So because of that, things are going to get real busy. And I'm not sure people are necessarily going to like that. I think people like not having to do all that much or be happy with the ticket system. I'm not wanting to do away with the ticket system. That's not why I bring it up. I bring it up to say the ticket system automates an incredible amount of things. And so you can kind of, when we have a bunch of people that I'm really extremely quite thankful for on the lower ends that are doing the important work, that if they weren't there, I'm not sure if the Discord itself would be fully functional. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be. Or at least not to the same degree, is what I'll say. Okay, this one's a Korok friend. Where's the actual real friend? And that's not a knock or anything. That's just, we on the board, we're all adults too. We all have things that we're doing. We're not perpetually online. Real life happens. And you can't really run, a Discord server the size of the TCC with the structure that the TCC has without having either tons of automated tools that go well and truly beyond the ticket system, or you have to downsize, which is fine, but I'm hoping that with some of the changes that I intend to propose, and that's as much as I'm gonna say, things will get to be in a better place than they were before. And some things I'm intending to propose also include new moderation tools. So hopefully with all of that, the board can have an even easier time compared to everything else. Mr. Shiny says, yeah, what you mean is you're just entering the world of adults. You're afraid that any additional duties right now would be mentally overwhelming. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to attach all that to that conversation, Mr. Shiny. I mostly just kind of started rambling, because I'm taking on a very, this is new for me too. Is, my work at the TCC. It's like a very new thing for me. We're gonna whip out some zonite pots and get to cooking. We need to do that. I thought I would never use these things. I'm gonna be really honest with everyone. I thought for sure we were never going to use any of these, but we are. We're using a lot of them, actually. And I don't know how exactly to feel about that, other than, I guess at least it has some merit, some use, right? I'd say, let's see, are we about out? We're okay, we need to cook one more of these than we do everything. Oh no, we had none of them before. That's right. We need to do like 4 or 5, well, yeah, like 4 of these. Go from there. Well, in the interest of talking business, how are things going for you at work, Mr. Shiny? Are things continuing to, get easier for you? And it's just like the day-to-day that's a problem? Or are there still some things you're trying to, like, work out and have internalized in your head? And of course, you don't need to get like specific if you cannot afford to get specific. I'm just wanting the general question, so to speak. Okay, we have 4 of those. One more. Nice. And then we can get the sun shrooms for the rest. And I'll probably make one hearty meal because we actually do not have any of these right now. But it's nice to be able to do this like more or less on the go. Yeah, actually the zonite pots are really starting to warm up on me. I guess I was just not the happiest with single-use cook pots, but I've gotten used to it, so it's fine, honestly. It's got to be 1 meal. Yeah, this is perfect. Works for me. Mr. Jason says Mr. Coin has an interesting. Oh, this is addressed to Mr. Shiny, but I will at least read it. He has to get the support of the entire TCC board and make sure that the executive TCC board. Oh, I just read that part over. And make sure that the executive chair doesn't hate the suggestions, but you have the utmost confidence in Coin and will try to support him as much as possible. That is correct. I've got a lot of work ahead of me, but I'm going to do my best to make it all work. I don't think anyone's going to outright hate the suggestions once I've explained them. It's just they may not be easy suggestions. Make that like, 6 draft documents that I'm working on, over the course of, time. Ooh, I need to, like, pick it up and get moving. Okay. After we collect these 6 Koroks, I'm gonna fly over to this part of the Gerudo Highlands, and then we're gonna get to that shrine, like, stat. The fact that I've not made it to the... the fact that I've not made it to where I was supposed to on the thumbnail is upset. Mr. Shiny says there are days where you feel so mentally drained you almost forget your name. Oof. You want to work on it to the point that kind of mental crisis happens as rarely as possible. I hear you. Yeah, so you've got a long way to go then. I'm sorry that that's stressing you out. Mr. Shiny. I really, truly do mean that. Okay, that's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Oh, that was close. Alright. Hold on. I guess if I hop on top of this thing, I can put a bright bloom seed in front, and then we should be okay. Because I'm going to want to use this thing for at least a little bit. I mean, I am in the right place, right? I didn't, like, mark it incorrectly. Okay, yeah, more or less. It's more or less correct. I just need to find the precise spot. That's probably down there. Okay. Come on, Link. We gotta get you in some shade, buddy. Yeah, but... Sidon! Are you serious? Sidon just pushed my bike over the cliff. He's like, whoopsie! I forgot that I forgot that I was supposed to have no collision. Wild. I've never seen an NPC do that. Mr. Shiny says, yeah, it's a matter of time and perhaps help from a psychologist or therapist. Yeah, possibly. If you're gonna go see a therapist, for that, Mr. Shiny, you know, do what you want, of course. But if you haven't been, like, taking the time to, you know, journal these things, like, record these things that are bothering you, you should probably start doing that. And make sure you put a, like, a name and or like at the very least a date on these things. For you. As much for you as for them. It's far easier to come up with pinpoint solutions. This is something that my sibling has, like, shared in discussions with their therapist. And it, like, really helps them. So that may be something to consider for you. Mr. Jason says it doesn't matter if all 8 board members like something, and if something suggested from anyone hurts the main vision, it's a no from you. Understood. And yeah, I'm very aware that you're emphasizing that you have veto power in these cases. Very, very aware. Huh. More rocks. Downstairs, maybe? Let's see if I'm right. Let's whip out the thing. It's not down there. So that's a good sign. That means it's, like, upstairs, maybe. Probably. Ah, yep, I found it. It's literally right here. I don't think so, Mr. Hoverbike. You're not going anywhere. Get up here. Thank goodness. Mr. Shiny says Sidon was just jealous because he remembered that little moment when you swam on his back in Breath of the Wild. Ah, what a prima donna, am I right? He's also just naturally the, you know, the big, strong sea warrior, like, archetype. So he might just, even though he's graceful, he might in fact be like a, you know, a big lumbering, you know, bungus at some point. Okay, just continuing to mark off Koroks as we get them. I am trying to, like, do my best to keep up with chats and everything, so that, you know, we don't end up with the, I need to push things into well and beyond what they're supposed to. Let me get back up here then. Come on, Link. Really? It's tilted ever so slightly too much. Unfortunate. Mr. Jason says you've actually built a hover bike long after finding 1,000 the 1,000th Korok seed. Oh, so that means you climbed, swam, and did bunches of other things, like manually, to do this. Impressive. I could never. Could not be me. Mr. Shiny says, anyway, you will go show some support to your friend who just started streaming. See you next time. Very well, Mr. Shiny. Thank you so much for stopping by, good sir. Greatly appreciated. It was good to see you. Hopefully I see you sooner rather than later, you know, as work permits and everything. Do rest well, my lovely senator. If I don't see you again for whatever reason, you know, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there, Mr. Shiny. Mr. Jason says, and with the base inventory as well. Well, masterful. Simply masterful. Mr. Jason. Yep, right there. Gotcha. I know we just made food, but I'm wanting to, like, hold out a little bit before I just go and use it. We've got 39 of them left. Just 39. I get the feeling in the next 2 streams we'll probably have it cleared out. And I can't wait for that to be the case. You know, again, assuming I didn't, like, agonizingly miss one and, like, mark it, that would be, like, really bad. Because then I have to go through each one and, like, you know, unmark and remark them to find it. I would be hella annoyed if I have to do that. But I'll do it for you guys and for my own sanity, I suppose. Like, I would very much like to, at that time, also get any, like, truly missed Korok seeds. And I've been using a map for these, so I'm really hoping that's not the case. More rocks. Cool. At least these last few have been not too terrible to do. And I'm happy about that. I mean, double check YouTube. I'm going to make sure that YouTube has not done anything. Okay. We're all good on the YouTube side. I do hope everyone has been enjoying the gameplay and the commentary today. I realize that we have once again been off to a somewhat slow start. That is incorrect. Want this. But I do hope that everyone has found those things enjoyable. I know that we've had a glacial start, you know, on those, on both of those things today, and my brain has also just not been firing, you know, in all cylinders today. Could be the soda I'm drinking. It could be that I've not gotten meaningful rest. My left shoulder is still bothering me, and I'm gonna have to take a nice long bath with Epsom salt to even think about clearing out how my left shoulder is feeling. Like, my sleep has not been great lately. Never mind, like, personal problems that have nothing to do with the physical world. But outside of that, I'm thankful and happy that people have stopped by today. Truly. Mr. Jason says you saw a post ages ago on, or a post ages ago on Reddit with a screenshot saying 999 next to Korok seeds in Tears of the Kingdom. And in your mind, they have the most sympathetic oof. Yeah, they do in fact have the, like, oof. They do get that from me. I really don't want that to be my fate. I really don't want that to be the case. but if it is, we just get it done. That's all there is to do. Is just get it done. But yeah, that kind of does suck. Okay, where is this? Is that like down there? Make sure I have... Where on the map are we here? Yeah, we're right in front of this. Wait. Oh, we missed one, or I marked a different one. Okay. We could do that. That's gonna be like up here. Okay, and now as for the one here... Let me look. Where do I see it? Is it like over here? Huh. I don't see an acorn in the spot that I see it. Let's try to fly down and find it. You know, without attracting a terrible amount of attention anyway. And hopefully we can find some place to land that will let me get a better view of this. Ah, I see it. It's down there. Yep, I got it. All right, Mr. Acorn. Let's get you handled nicely. Perfect. Yeah, to anyone that's like trying to find like the last 50 or 30 Koroks in these games, you've got my condolences. You really have my condolences. Especially if you're doing it without a guide or without extra assistance. God bless. God bless if you try that. That's like that's like truly like poem epic worthy stuff right there. I think I've been told a story of one individual who's been trying to do that in Breath of the Wild. Godspeed be to him, because he's probably not making it otherwise. Or he, like, if he does make it, I will be sincerely impressed. Mr. Jason says, I certainly hope 999 Koroks isn't your fate, Mr. Coin. It's almost a fate worse than death. A bit, yes. I would very much, Oh, really? My bike was covering it? Fine, fine. Okay, we only have one Korok left to get before we go deal with that Gerudo Highlands like area. So let's go grab it. It's gonna be right up here, like really close to where the tower is. Yeah, especially if you're doing that without a guide, God help you. God have mercy on your soul and your mind, because the game ain't gonna give it to you. The game's not gonna have or be merciful. It's gonna make... Oh, right, I forgot about this. All right, let's get the T-bike down there. All right, where's your friend? Up there? Really? You could just take the elevator up there. Oh, I forgot about you. I saw you earlier and like wrote you off. Real big omega oof. Korok? Korok, what are you doing? Get back here. Let us definitely not be doing that. Okay, Korok, let's get you down there for now. What? Oh, there's probably a metal weight on, like, this. Let's see. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. You are gonna put down there. Oh, shoot. Oh, yeah, we could do it like this. Hold on. Maybe? Oh no, where did that I had a crate. Oh, the crate went back up there? What happened? I'm sorry, what? Okay, I'm gonna leave this for a minute. Mr. Jason says, imagine your gravestone. R.I.P. Here lies Mr. Coin. A great entertainer and a good friend, and then you go into heaven, and in front of the pearly gates they judge you and say, leaving one Korok on its own? How unacceptable. So then you get shifted back down to earth to wander this mortal coil until that last Korok has been unlocked. Truly wild stuff. Okay. Oh my god. I was hoping to do this the intended way, the Nintended way, as it were. But that's certainly not going to be happening now. It's just the boxes went poof. Boxes disappeared, so we get to do this the unintended but very fun way. Mr. Jason says Korok Purgatory. Yeah, I would not. I would sooner be obliviated in the fires of hell than go and find that. Like, I would risk deletion from the Akashic record before I even think about finding that Korok. That makes me sound like I really hate this, doesn't it? I'm kind of exaggerating. I don't hate it that much, but it's more fun if I exaggerate it, at least a little bit. See, then I get to have notable quotables for the future. I thought that was gonna be like my bike getting shunted down off the cliff after the Korok friends were completed, and I was gonna be extra upset, like omega amount of upset, but that did not happen. Good. Let's go fly out into the highlands and get this like power up, and maybe we'll have time for 1 or 2 more Koroks. Maybe. Oh, right. I keep forgetting you're here, buddy, honestly. Mr. Jason says, it's a good job that you're a wonderful person, Mr. Coin. I appreciate that. For if you were judged to be bad, your hell will be finding all the Koroks in both games with no guide or hover bike. I think I would accept whatever level of hell I was placed in, honestly. Like, let's say it were like Dante Alighieri's, you know, like Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso. If it were framed like that, I'd take whatever circle of hell I was placed in. Because at that point, you know, I'd feel suffering, but it's not like I would die. You know, if it were really, wow, this is getting pretty macabre, huh? But yeah, you're either the I find most people, if they're wanting to, talk about the afterlife, they either find hell to be a place that is riddled with various nightmares, kind of like the three books, or instead of that, you're thinking more like John Milton's Paradise Lost, Paradise Regained, where hell it's not even like Gehenna or like a wasteland. It truly is a burning abyss with a pit of lake. With a pit of lake, yes, with a lake pit with magma in it that is specifically designed not to it's not designed to dissipate, and it's not even designed, the tolerances are just designed enough to get past whatever defenses Lucifer, Beelzebub, and other minions have, and have them sit. And the lake is so highly attuned to them that it just burns us instead. There is no churning pit of misery we sit in after we die. Mr. Jason says, your afterlife will be filled with yahaha. Yes, it certainly might be. I hope that's not the case, but, I could think of worse things that are, that could be in the afterlife. That would not be the worst thing. Mr. Jason says, one thing, Mr. Coin? You're not going to hell. You're a good person, and you don't think that the devil wants us troll-level creators back. Fair. Yeah, maybe the devil is specifically scared of you, huh? That would be the ideal. Something that even Lucifer himself would, not care to want to put up with. Again, though, I guess it depends on what everyone's, definition of hell is. A lot of people assume that hell is just an everlasting pit where you go to, die. And, you sit there in torment if you've sinned or done wrong. But I don't really think a lot of people understand what the biblical version of hell is. I think a lot of people have allowed the fire and brimstone preachers to get away with painting hell as this, place filled with torment to scare children into behaving. And they have not offered any kind of serious challenge or pushback to that. That's kind of a huge problem. It treats hell like a societal control device instead of, either some place to fear when you die or, else not real, right? It's not real, and the afterlife was never meant to hurt you in the first place. That type of thing. But the biblical version of hell, in that version, if you are not one of Lucifer's fallen angels, or you're not Lucifer himself, you were never going to sit there in hell and torment. That's not what happens. You're obliviated. I've used this word a few times. That means you are removed from memory. The people that went to heaven, quote unquote, if you were in hell, they would never know of you. It's being removed from history. It is a fate that for you is worse, or for anyone is worse than death. At least people will remember you in burning agony. People that go to heaven that might not know of their spouses or their children if they don't also get into heaven, quote unquote. But that is me, by and far, being more religious than I probably have the right to be on these platforms. And I'm being quite honest, I will try to refrain from that in the future. I'm just a very spiritual person when it comes to stuff like this. Mr. Jason says, even the devil wouldn't want to touch the TCC series? Very, very true. Very, very true. Good sir. Like employing reverse psychology is generally a thing that tends to get people if it's employed in the wrong way, you know, it could get people very upset. Okay, so we have this like battery. What do we get out of this? And I don't think that battery is like permanent. Permanently charged, so I better grab this now. Are you freaking serious? I did that for an ore. We literally did this for ore. This cave was done, and we did it for ore. What? I'm sorry. I thought there was gonna be like a sage's will in here. I thought there was gonna be a sage's will. Not like ore. Even large ore. I guess I'm at a point where I don't really need large ore all that much. So I guess like, okay, fine, whatever. What, like, come on. This could have been like a piece of armor or something. You had to literally wait until you did a phenomena to even get access to this. That is just that's nutso. That is just nutso behavior right there. Let's get this and that. Perfect. All right. So I think we'll conclude things off by working toward the, or by traveling to and probably doing that remaining shrine, get that over with. And then we'll have 34 more Koroks to collect, which is just, that is wild stuff. I still did not think we were, even with using a map, I did not think I was going to get, you know, this close to completing Koroks. And, you know, this is without, like, saying, you know, oh, you missed one, or whatever. Yeah, this is without that. And if I've only missed one through the use of a map, you know what, I feel pretty good about that. Because that's time not spent lifting random rock going, is this a Korok? Is that a Korok? No? Alright. Well, if it's not a Korok, well, not much to do about it. In fact, I think this is actually a pretty good time to put Unobo on the thing and have us head down. Beautiful. Unobo working as Unintended, working as Unintended. Perfect. Perfect. Mr. Jason says your 6th level was so frustrating that one challenger made sure to write down the level code so that they know what not to play if it comes in viewer suggestions. I've heard of that going around. The, like, do not play list. Oh my god. Yes, I've seen, I should say I've not seen. I've heard of some speedrunners keeping around similar lists of, like, levels to skip if they are not on, like, an endless, or if they're not on, like, a no-skip run. Of, like, yes, we're going to be skipping that for reasons. Reasons called personal sanity. This is what I call a controlled landing. Oh, you know what? I thought all you had to do was just touch this. It turns out you actually have to, like, oh, you have to touch the gate. That's what you did. Mr. Jason says, you feel quite honored to be on people's ban lists. That's fine as long as they're not othering you, right? As soon as they start doing that, then it's, like, not nice to be on that list anymore. But then, you know, at that point, people are taking the concept of what a do not play playlist is entirely, like, too far. As I said at the end of the day when referring to Super Mario Maker 2, it is in fact just a game. You know, we have real lives to lead, and you can't spend that time harboring hate, not even for good reasons. Never mind a really bad one like you found an annoying level that you could skip. Bridging the sands. Interesting. Oh, no, no, no. Okay. It's fine. We'll just do this. And we'll pull this up and figure it out. Really? It's just gonna do that. Hold on, sorry, I'm like locked in right now. Stop that. There, okay, that's as good as I'm gonna get for what kind of slant we're working with. Okay, better. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Okay. Do that. Where's the third one? We know there was a... Oh, no, that's right. There were only two of them that were here. Okay. Mr. Jason says, when you first started making troll levels, you used to get really upset if people didn't like your level. Well, yeah, because you worked really hard on it, right? It's kind of natural. Not like earth-shattering, but at least natural. But you have a mantra that you think about now, and that is, if someone liked your level, you have achieved what you set out to do. Someone booed your level, you have achieved what you set out to do. So you left an impression on them, which means you set out what you left, what you accomplished what you set out to do. Really? Okay, okay. We're probably gonna need that. I'm gonna bring this with me, just in case. And if we don't need it, that's fine. This isn't a proving ground. Oh, hello. Bye. Wait, why is this standing upright? That's weird. That's like really weird, actually. But it's probably fine. Let's do this. Then we... Oh, it's doing the weird thing because it's stuck on geometry. What is this? What is going on? What is the shrine doing? I mean, well, it's not the shrine, but it's the object. I get that part, but it's like the longer and longer an object is, like the less stable said object is, or like the coarser the rotations for it get to be, which is like weird, but whatever. do it like this. Oh, well, I see what we're doing, but I'm gonna, like, bring this over so I can see what's going on up here. This is the shrine, and we need to... Ah, we had to do that, huh? Oof. Mr. Jason says that's accurate for a troll level creator. The levels are supposed to frustrate to a point and bring joy and laughter to a point. Your later levels are where you hit that mark a bit better. Yeah. I think that's usually how it goes for troll level creators, does it not? Where, you know, you kind of have to... You kind of need to, like, strike that balance between being frustrating or being enjoyable, or otherwise you're just gonna have people, like, quit out of your level, or, like, that's the critique you're gonna get. Nice! I'm essentially riding a moped. That's really hilarious. Alright. Goodbye. Do it like that. And we're going to just do this. That'll force this whole contraption up here. I do not like what just happened. Oh, okay. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Cool. I was kind of worried we were going to have issues with that. Yoink. Okay. That is apparently not what's happening. Get that out of here. Mr. Jason says, Super Mario Maker 2 will always be fondly remembered by you. You made a lot of amazing friends and met Natalie. I'm trying to think if there's a game like that for me. I guess Pathfinder would more or less be that type of game. I met a lot of, like, personal friends through, like, rolling dice. And that's something I shan't forget either. I wouldn't have the friends I had today without that. Okay, we actually don't need those two hover bikes anymore. We can literally replace them with these. Just do this. Literally put these around like so. I stand on one side, the ball is on the other side. And it's perfect. Now, trick question. We actually do not have the entirety of the chests in this shrine. There is probably most definitely another one lying around. Which I think will be over here. No, it'll be on, like, the opposite side. Yeah, it's, like, over there. Okay. I guess let's start by getting those, like, rafts before they get, like, carried away. Or, like, those, like, hover bikes? No, airboats. These are airboats. What we've made is airboats. And we gotta get these, like, done and out of the way. Yeah, I'm hoping that the TCC will shape up to be, like, the same way, right? Where, do that. That is... Let's get back. Okay. Just like this. I'm hoping the TCC will shape up to be the same way. I'm gonna wait for these boards to pass. And I'm sure it will if given the time. Okay, actually, now that we're here, we can kind of like... do it like this. And... that's number one. We actually can just get rid of this altogether and just have the fan. Like, nope. I better do it quick. It's fine. It's fine. Just go with it. Just go with it. Just go with it for right now until we get out of there. Mr. Jason says, for many reasons, you just had to get Madeline on board. Or should I say bored, Mr. Coin? Their knowledge of troll levels is second to none. Too true. Okay, now we can snap off that fan and do it correctly. Better. Alrighty, now we have extra fans to do with what we please. A little corporate joke. I noticed. I caught it. Just kick that open real quick. We'll rewind this, and while that's happening, we'll hopefully get into a position where this won't be such a big deal. Like this. And we'll just turn it around. Okay. Is that all of them? Yes. Okay, cool. I was worried that we were gonna have to do that again. And now, we no longer need that whole setup. Instead, we need this that we had set aside, just for such a thing. Come on. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. And then we can just literally carry this. Neato burrito. A kind of a hackney solution toward the end, but I think it's worth it. I'm not sure if there's going to be a makeup stream yet. That's why I've not said anything. I do want to do one, but I don't know what my day is going to look like Saturday. Sunday, Sunday's a no-go. So it would be tomorrow as to whether or not there is a makeup stream. Because we've missed days that I did not intend for us to miss. Etc., etc. And I know it's the holidays, but I pride myself on stuff like this. I try to be on time when I can help it. I try not to miss days I'm not supposed to miss, and so on. I'm not sure yet. But I also don't want people to hold me to a makeup stream yet. Just things I'm thinking about, you know, as we kind of wrap up. It is something I want to do, but I just don't think this weekend will pan out all that well if I try it. That said, I hope everyone had a wonderful Christmas holiday. You guys are more than welcome to share your Christmas stories in my Discord server. I am more than, we're all more than happy to trade those, at least, you know, without doxing ourselves. As long as you allow us that, I think we're good. You're very welcome, Mr. Jason. Thank you for tagging along, even well after, you know, the late period. I really appreciate that. barring anything else, like the definitive time you guys can catch me live again will be Monday. You know, makeup stream pending, but definitely Monday for sure. And, you know, there will continue to work on Korok seeds, caves, shrines. We got a lot of we got some shrines left to go get, light roots, the whole works. And then after that, you know, it's time to like continue cleanup. We want to try to get lots of stuff done before we go deal with Minoru, because once we deal with Minoru, you know, I'm pretty confident she's the last person we need to deal with. We won't have too much more left to do. And at that point, it's going to be hard to not want to put the game down after gearing up to fight Ganondorf. So I want to try to get the cleanup stuff done. I'm just trying to give you guys a forecast of what to expect. You guys have been awesome. I hope you guys have had a wonderful year, you know, despite all the darkness that's out there. And thank you so much for pushing the server, Mr. Jason. I should do well. My bot has already been pushing that stuff like a champ. I've been waiting for it to be functional again. But yeah, like we're coming up on almost on the end of things. At least I like to think so. We got stuff left to do, but things are starting to wind down, I think. My name is Coinstamp. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. You guys know all the algorithmic things to do, of course. I won't push you to do more than that. You know, you're welcome amidst any of my hallowed halls, which you can find in my link tree, available where the social links are on Twitch, or, you know, in the description on YouTube at the bottom. Just scroll down and you'll see it. And from there, my Discord will be the one with the Discord icon on it. Just go there and you'll be all set. We'd love to have you. We share pictures. We, you know, vote on things in there. It's where all or most of your perks come into play, is on my little Discord server. I work really, really hard on it. But yeah, outside of that, I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye and have a nice weekend if I don't see you then. Take care.